Golly. It's been a minute since I streamed anything, to be honest. I thought this would be interesting. Um for y'all to see me read the document at least. You won't get to see the whole thing of me like annotating it. Cause that's usually like I usually do that like second, third read. This is the first time I read this shit. I had this shit on standby. And I was supposed to actually read this after I did the shit, what video was it? Uh, I actually want to check. My phone's going off. Sorry, went off again. I wanted to cover this after the Elfin psyop shit. I want first off, this isn't even about a VTuber. Um, hold on, hold on, I'm getting text. Uh, all right. As I was saying, this one isn't even about a VTuber. This is about Schrodinger Lee. For those that don't know who Schrodinger Lee is, I think they were a Valorant streamer mainly. A Valorant nigga. So I think that's just what they're known for. A Valorant streamer, Valorant content creator, YouTuber. Um and they apparently did some fucky wucky shit to their partner. So the Google Doc is titled, we're just gonna go straight into this shit. The Google Doc is titled "My Experience with Schrodinger Lee." Actually, let's turn on like oh boy, yeah, we're about to get right on the case. Hear that shit? Yeah. Yeah, okay, wait. Let me okay, we haven't even read it. I'm already cracking jokes. Let me shut up. All right, let's just read the shit. All right. Introduction. My experience with Schrodinger Lee. I would like to preface by saying that I have exhausted every option to resolve this matter in private. Hence, this document is being written as of January 7th, 2026. So not that long ago, like a month ago. Almost exactly a month ago. Although my actions recently have shown otherwise, I have always been a private person. I take a lot of pride in the fact that within my 4 years of streaming, I had never involved myself in drama for this reason. I have contacted the police, consulted friends and family, and have taken every step to resolve this matter in private before choosing to talk publicly. I cannot continue to stay silent knowing that so much misinformation has reached my IRLs and even my family. I have been put in this uncomfortable position as a direct result of his actions. It is unreasonable to expect my silence out of respect for Schrodinger Lee when he acted contrary to our agreement and chose to publicize our issue. He has done terrible things to me throughout our 2 year relationship. Okay, so they've been streaming for 4 years, been with Schrodinger for 2 years, that I had kept private until recently, and I have come to the difficult decision to share this document to address the misinformation that I've seen going around. Okay, based off of this first paragraph, what I'm gathering, I'm verbalizing what my brain does when I read this shit. Usually I'm completely silent, I just read it. But like for streaming purposes and to make it just not fucking story time, I guess. I'm gonna go through my process of what I'm thinking as I'm reading. So, Shoddy has been whatever the allegations or misinformation that has been spreading about said person, um, they have tried to resolve it privately before, and apparently even reached a conclusion where Schrodinger even agreed to not talk, publicly about the matter. However, he obviously went back on this, even though she has kept everything private. But it got to the point where misinformation has reached shit IRL, i.e., her family and friends. You know what I mean? Which put her in the position to make this document in the first place. Schrodinger Lee is not entitled to my respect nor protection. I tried my best to support him in his career, but not only was I continuously lied to and disrespected, he had also been spreading a false narrative to his audience. He has dragged innocent people's names through the mud to downplay, deflect, and divert attention away from his wrongdoings, and I believe the situation has reached a point where I'd much rather deal with the public backlash than withhold the truth. As you know, a clip of Schrodinger Lee surfaced on livestream fails on October 30th, 2025. So I'm guessing this is a link. We're gonna listen to the whole thing, whole 4 minutes.
I want to get into like super like nitty gritty details and stuff like that, and I hope you guys don't bother anyone else with that as well. I think last year now, I cheated on Ari.
Well, case closed. He did that shit. All right, on to the next thing. We're gonna watch Michael Reed. Damn, what a way to start that. All right, so he cheated on Ari, which is the person that wrote the doc.
And it hurt her a lot. It hurt her a lot.
No shit,
but
he cheated.
Luckily,
Ick.
She gave me a second chance to keep things going. You know.
Better than me, bro. Holy shit. I'm gonna say this now. I'm biased toward against cheaters, so I want to make my biases known. Oh shit, I forgot to open up Mix It Up again. Hold on, I'll do the head pet manually, and I'll open up Mix It Up now. But I just want to make my biases known. I don't like niggas that cheat. I mean, I just want to make that known. Also, I'll say it verbally. It's already pinned. Trigger warning. Essay is gonna be talked about, and don't use me as a credible source for news because that's not what I am. I am biased as fuck. I say a lot of jokes. I am also able to just misunderstand things, and if I do misunderstand something, since it's live, you can just correct me live rather than it being in a video and then you correct me in the comments and then I see it later. You know what I mean? Oh, they're trying to fucking update. So I want to make that known. I'm biased. If I do make a video over this topic, which is most likely, obviously the video won't go over everything. In this case, in the stream, you'll see everything that I see. And maybe in the video I'll do more like backup research because obviously I think maybe Schrodinger would have like a sort of a response to this. I don't have that shit queued up. Maybe I can queue it up later, but I would think he would have a response unless bro vanished because a lot of people when they get called out like this they just fucking disappear.
And it we rebuilt some trust, and this year things were going good. Things were going good. And we still were together and everything. We still were together. Yeah. By cheating and stuff, it wasn't physical by any means. It was simply just like not simply, sorry, that sounds like fucked up. Obviously, like it was just like trying to reconnect with an ex, sort of thing. So
you emotionally cheated. Got you.
Yeah, really fucked up things I've done. Obviously, really fucked up things I've done. Yeah, but nowhere near as bad as to what I've done like last week. Last week.
Wait, what? Wait, the cheating wasn't nowhere near as fucked up as what he did last week when this was.
Yeah.
Said?
Last week I actually did something like actually criminal, like unironically, like actually criminal. And I feel like it's best if I just come out with it myself.
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's gonna be like pretty uncomfortable to hear. So obviously, if you don't want to hear this, like I obviously, if you don't wish to support me after this, I completely understand. That's like completely fine. Yeah, but yeah, what other way to say this? Yeah, pretty much like.
Come on.
Yeah, whilst we're together, I just I guess what should we say? I guess I should just say it. You thought I couldn't fuck up more than that, but I did fuck up a lot more than that. I did fuck up a lot more than that. Yeah, but yeah.
Chat.
Obviously, this is gonna be very hard for me to say because like it's a huge career suicide. I know it's
Yeah, no fucking shit. Hey, does anyone know what happened to him after? I think didn't someone recently make a video on him? I think I saw a video on him on my feed today. Didn't someone just make a video on him? Um, if anybody's watched that video, do you know like the end result of what happened to him? Is he just gone or is he still going?
just a huge career suicide, obviously. But I've heard her a lot, and this is like the least I could do to like actually like help the situation a little bit. And we're still trying to figure things out in private chat, you know. Um, so, but
If
I
you're
just figured
trying to
out,
figure things, okay. If you did the thing, she found out about the thing, and y'all trying to handle it in private, why are you talking in public? You know what I mean?
I mention her um, as much. But yeah, pretty much yeah. Last week, um, whilst we were together, I did something actually criminally like really fucking bad. Um, and I'm still trying to come to terms of like what I've done and like really reconcile for things. And I think talking about it on stream today is like me being open about it and like trying to like be open about it. But obviously it's still hard to come out with. But yeah, whilst we're like in bed with each other, I took like photos of us, you know, not of us, of her, sorry. And that's something that she was very, very like adamantly not okay with.
You what? You what? You what? What's up, Gothide?
You know, and that is it's actually criminally fucked up for me to do.
Yeah, bro. It's like, yeah, it's like, it's not funny. It's just how I cope with information that is appalling. Um. Oh, that's gross.
It wasn't like
Like
it
nasty.
wasn't like with her consent or anything, you know. So
Yeah, it's gross.
obviously, like actually, like criminally fucked up, like actually very, 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 very fucking bad. And I know, it's like incredibly bad.
Yo, chat, lock him up.
And of course, she found out, you know. And I didn't realize how bad of a thing I'd done until after I'd done it. Obviously, yeah. So yeah, I've made some really big mistakes, and I don't want to be like, I don't want sympathy for it. I don't want like people to like think that like you know I'm fucking like all right. But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But yeah, it was probably gonna come out either way, whether from her, or someone else. But we decided that it's probably best for me to come out with things. We're still gonna try to figure out things in private. But I hope that you guys like, if you guys get
What
to
is
a
there to
stream,
figure out?
just don't mention me. You know, I think that's a
Is it weird? Like, okay, bro did something literally, objectively, and criminally bad, like prosecuted type bad, right? And bro's like, yeah, we're still trying to. I don't think he has a say. I think it's really up to her or whether she wants to do something about it or not. No, like there's nothing to discuss. It's just her choice on whether, yeah, I'll fucking press charges or not. Know what I mean? 5K to take K5 for revenge corn charges.
least thing
Yikes.
that she wants to see. So yeah. So yeah. So honestly, I fucked up really hard. Yeah, I fucked up really hard. We were meant to move in together. But obviously, can't do that anymore.
Holy moly. Okay. So that was the clip. This was on October 30th. Okay, wait. Okay. This, okay. The stream occurred October 30th of 2025. In this clip, he talks about how he had cheated on me and photographed me in bed without consent. Yep. This was the very first time any information. Oh, wait. The music's gone. Hold on. This was the very first time any information about our 2-year relationship was made public. So, okay, not only did he admit to this, this was the first time that people even knew that he was in a relationship this is the very first time any information about a two-year relationship was made public. Yeah, okay, I read that right. Well, okay. Despite us opposing the idea to announce or talk about a relationship during this time, during the time we were together, ever since this clip surfaced online, I have seen streamers, friends, and randoms talk about the situation and have been contacted almost every day with new questions and information that I was never made aware of. Rumors spread fast, and I can no longer ignore these comments. I had not spoken in detail nor issued a formal statement for 2 months, believing that staying quiet would be the easiest way to heal. However, I have experienced nothing but anxiety ever since Lee's public confession. Maybe it would have been better if she spoke? Okay, pause. In a case like that, like, what's the best course of action? Because it's like, I feel like you don't even say that in public. What's up, Gara? Like, I feel like when it's something this bad, you leave it up to, like, earn for the victim or the criminal. Like, the best outcome for her, obviously. I don't give a fuck about what? I don't give a fuck about Schrodinger. I'm talking about, okay, because she said ever since Lee's public confession, there's been nothing but anxiety for her, right? If she would have spoke out, I feel like she would have just got hated on. Because I feel like Schrodinger was like one of those like FPS streamers. I'm gonna just call him an FPS streamer. FPS streamer that kind of had like the e-boy aesthetic. Like he would even like do that like flirty shit with just random women. You know what I mean? So I feel like if she would have came out and said something, then Simps would have just attacked her ass. Which is why I'm like, they should have just kept this private to begin. Like, he shouldn't have confessed publicly. They kept it private, and then she should have done whatever she would have done, whether it was legal action or just leaving the nigga entirely. Obviously, I would say, you know, charge that nigga. But can I ask what doc this is? This is Schrodinger's Lee X's doc. That is addressing the misinformation around SA. And then the cheating and more. We just watched Lee confess to cheating and taking pictures of her while she was in bed. So, without her consent, of course. So, it's gross as of right now. This document will provide an explanation of relevant events with evidence. Edit on the 14th of January 2026. I use the term SA interchangeably for the non-consensual filming incident. Okay. Throughout this document, as it falls under the category of sexual violence, physical intimacy throughout a relationship was consensual. The act of filming was not. Redacted names of people I didn't wish to be named. Okay. Edit on the 27th. More information about Lee added in chapter 8. Holy shit. So towards the end of the month, like, shit, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, new shit got added to this document. Okay. So the thing about taking pics is that unless there's a paper trail that shows Schrodinger took them without consent, it is really, really difficult to prove whether or not that was true. It's a he said, she said situation. That is, unless he distributed or shared them, which qualifies as revenge porn. Got you. 1. Repeated non-consensual filming. So this was a thing that he just did. All right. On October 25th, 2025, I caught my boyfriend at the time, Schrodinger Lee, filming me during intercourse. Am I allowed to just say sex? Can I say sex? Is that allowed? I'm gonna just say it. Fuck it. Filming me during sex without consent. Not once, not twice, but on 3 separate occasions. Oh, that's gross. We have been dating since April 18, 2024, and within that time, it was established that I will never consent to sending nudes and filming during intimate acts. This was something Lee would joke about and ask many times, and I immediately shut down the conversation by saying, don't even joke about that. I don't ever want to be filmed, and I will never send nudes. Understandable. This is because I had severe trauma involving a situationship, threatened to leak intimate photos that were also taken without my consent. Gross. I got the police involved in this matter as well, but no action was taken because the existence of the images could not be determined. I never spoke of this trauma to Lee during our relationship, as I had thought I had healed, and that me communicating my boundaries about not being filmed or photographed many times was enough. And it honestly should have. It honestly should have been enough. On this day, we spent the entire afternoon inspecting apartments together as we planned to move in together by the end of January 2026. Yeah, that shit's not happening. We're both happy and excited for the future. We talked about having pets, how we could furnish our home, and how much further our relationship would progress once we secured a place together. We laid in bed together to watch the League of Legends World Championships until he initiated intimacy and I reciprocated. Okay? He had asked me to get into a position on top of him, facing away from him, and I obliged. However, I noticed in my peripheral vision that he was reaching for something under my pillow. When I glanced behind me and saw he was holding his phone with both hands, I didn't mind it, thinking that his parents or his editors had messaged him, as they were the only people who ever responds to it with such urgency. I noticed him reaching for his phone repeatedly, and I immediately moved over to the side of the bed as I felt uncomfortable. I still continued to reciprocate intimacy until he was done. As soon as he fell asleep, I looked through his phone, thinking he had filmed me without my consent, and saw that my intuition was correct. On his Samsung Galaxy S10e. Bro. They had to give us the exact model of the phone. I saw a 10-second video of me on top of him with my lower body fully exposed. That was taken just a few minutes prior. I panicked and deleted the video because I was scared and embarrassed, but when I realized there were 2 more videos that were filmed without my knowledge in the past, circled in red, I grabbed my phone to take a photo of the evidence. Okay, that was smart. I wish you would have done that with the more recent one, but that was smart as fuck. Note that the video he took of me the day I found these videos is not here, as I deleted it in panic. This photo was taken at 9:44 p.m. October 25th. Wait, when did this happen? October 25th. Okay. April 18th, when that time is 7. Okay. The circle videos were taken during our trip to Japan between the 23rd and 29th of September. Okay, so the photo that was taken on October 25th was deleted by her because she panicked. The photos here that we see in this screenshot was videos taken on the 23rd and 29th of September 2025 when they were in Japan. Which means he secretly filmed me during that trip and kept it secret until I found out a month later. He never asked for consent or even mentioned anything about filming during the entirety of 2025, and I assumed this is because he knew how vehemently I opposed the idea. That's actually important because the metadata of the videos plus images show phone model, so even if he moved this or sent it to another phone or deleted it from the S10, it'll still show it was taken from S10. Also, phones don't generally fully delete photos and videos. I shook him awake and asked him why he filmed me when he knew how much I hated the idea, and he acted confused until I played these videos to his face. The response was, "Oh shit, Ari, I didn't mean to." Really, nigga? I didn't mean it, I swear. I started bawling my eyes out. I asked why he would do this to me, knowing that I never consented to such act, and why he had to fuck up so hard and ruin a relationship. He sat there silently, refusing to make eye contact. I expressed that I could not live with someone who doesn't respect my privacy and boundaries. I saw her for half an hour while she sat there, unable to comfort me. So this nigga didn't even know what to do. Deleting just sends it to a trash can that awaits 30 days to actually delete. Yeah, but do you think that she went to the trash can and deleted it? And like, these aren't like while she's like sleeping, right? These are like her performing intimate acts. Yeah, there is still a way to access the photos if you hard delete them out of trash can, but still. Yep, Google photo backup is automatic, at least on my Samsung. I had to turn that shit off on my phone. I turned that shit off immediately. Yeah, that's gross. So bro couldn't even comfort her when she was, you know, going through it. I asked repeatedly why he did what he did, and the only answer he can give me was, "I don't know, but I promised it was only for me to see." I panicked and I was scared out of my mind. I pulled out my phone saying I needed to call the police. He apologized profusely, and I felt guilty for wanting to report him. I began sobbing and put the phone down before the call went through. He repeatedly apologized and I stated that I didn't know if the police stated that I didn't know if the police could do anything. And that if I had to take him to court, I wouldn't be able to afford it. I vividly remember expressing my intention to get the police involved. I gave up on taking legal action. I'll expand more on this later. Okay. Yuck. Yeah, this shit's heavy. After a while, I took a deep breath and told Lee that I didn't want to ruin his career despite feeling wronged. He knew that I had big plans for 2026, that I wanted to complete my master's degree, and I didn't want to let his actions affect that. When he asked me what I wanted, I asked him if he could compensate me. He was confused. I explained that our plans to move in together were no longer possible, and asked if he could be able to help me financially by sending me the amount of rent he would have paid in the period we were meant to live together. Huh? I explained that our plans to move in together were no longer possible and asked if he could help me financially by sending me the amount of rent he would have paid in the period we were meant to live together. So, like, she wanted, like, what's the word? You know that fee that some people pay when they get divorced? It's kind of like that, but like not. You know what I mean? So she's saying like in order to compensate alimony. Yeah, I'm thinking of alimony. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of alimony. She kind of wants that. So I'm guessing this is because she kind of maybe. What, you think she like maybe saved up and shit? And like preps to move out, and then now she can't move out. So she's like, alright, compensate me for the amount of time that we would have been living together, or at least the minimum amount of time we would have been living together. Who we talking about? Schrodinger Lee. Fucking weirdo. Okay, so she's suggesting compensation for 6 to 12 months. I wanted security. He knew that my lease ends in January. Okay, there we go. And due to his actions, I was left with limited options and a lot of financial burden. Yep, that. Okay, now it makes sense. So, yeah, she was prepping to leave, and her lease was running up. But now that they can't move in together, she's like, all right, compensate me so I'm able, to get back on my shit. This is because my current roommate finalized plans to move in with someone else, as Lee and I plan to move in together for a while. For context, I pay $730 a fortnight for my current place, my share of the rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. Damn! I was supposed to cover this after the Elf and Psyop shit, and then I didn't. I ended up doing... Was Tectone after that? I think Tectone was after that. I pay $730 a fortnight for my current place, my share of the rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. And the options Lee and I explored cost slightly more. It is common for people my age in Sydney to have multiple roommates to reduce rent costs, and living alone is something that I cannot afford. I explained to him that I was worried I wouldn't be able to find a place I could afford and that I would have to return to my parents' place in rural Australia. I was worried that I might even end up homeless as my landlord planned to evict me after my lease ended. I had exactly 2 months to find a new place and a roommate. I believed it would be near impossible to deal with my accommodation issue alone. I shamelessly asked for money out of desperation. I didn't want my future to be affected by what happened that day. He said that he would compensate me. Okay, so this isn't USD. This is AUD. 18,000 Australian dollars. As this was the budget that he calculated for himself when we looked for apartments together. The median cost of rent per week per person, 350 times 52 weeks. Yeah. Okay, word. He asked me to wait until his next paycheck, but I pressured him, saying I didn't have much time. He agreed to send me $12,000 first and the remaining $6,000 in December. We had a bittersweet yet amicable conversation about the money Lee agreed to pay me and spoke a lot about how our relationship turned out. No blackmail. Evidence on page 37. I think that that it was because the place they got was acquired under the pretense they split the rent together, so it was budgeted as such. But then after this, she would have been tied up on a possibly signed a lease she wouldn't be able to get out of because previously signed in January. Yeah, she should sue. He did literally admit to it. $12,735. You can get a whole gig of RAM with that. Damn, bro, it's at least one RAM stand. He profusely apologized for how the relationship ended, and we reflected on the 2 years we spent together. We dragged the conversation for as long as we could because we were both in denial that our relationship was about to end. On the 26th of October 2025, I contacted police. I was experiencing immense anxiety over the possibility that Lee had more videos of me that I wasn't aware of. First thing I did was contact the police. My close friend, Juno, and Fishy Chair, who knew about my relationship with Lee. I did not speak a word about this to anyone else. Called the local police station on the 26th, the day after I found out explicit videos on Lee's phone. I spoke to a female police officer on the phone and explained that I found explicit videos taken of me without my consent and that I didn't know what to do. She then asked me for my name and asked me to describe the contents of the phone. My first were in them, any key identifiable features, what the perpetrator's name was, and how the incident happened. I explained what was asked and mentioned that Lee never threatened to share these videos nor coerce me into anything. She told me that the severity of the situation will be investigated and that I should report to esafety.gov.au report thus forms. Okay. If I ever come across these videos online, okay, if she ever comes across these videos being leaked online somehow, she should go to that link. The call ended and I laid in bed sobbing, thinking that I might have overreacted and shouldn't have gone as far as calling the police. I felt incredibly guilty that I had just reported my partner of 2 years. I reached out to Lee and sent him my bank information so he could transfer $12,000 as we agreed, and we spoke a little about how hard the situation was for the both of us. She didn't go too far at all. These screenshots are a little hard to see, I'm not gonna lie. I just zoom in a little bit. Okay, I guess these are the account numbers. She sends the information. Take care, you too. Hope you can heal. Let me know if you need anything. I'm not okay at all, and I imagine you're not either. I'm not okay either. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for making you cry so much. I'm not sure what to do. Either I miss you and I want to call you. I want to see you, but what good would that do for both for us? It's hard. I'm the exact same. I'm almost in denial. I'm sure you've been crying a lot, but I really had a hard time this morning. I saw a cat on Instagram Reels, and just from that point on, I just couldn't stop crying for a while. I miss you too, but of course, I'm just not sure what to do either. I don't think I'm good for you, and I really want you to be happy. I wish I could have supported you and made you feel comfortable. I haven't talked to anyone yet, but I don't want to dump things on you. I dream a lot, especially about things my mind is constantly thinking about. Well, you don't have anyone to talk about it. I'll listen. So last night I really had a hard time because I sort of woke up from a nightmare, and usually I feel relieved that the nightmare isn't real and just a dream, but this time I didn't feel as if reality was much different from what I dreamt about, and it made me really sad. I'm not sure what the right thing to do is. I'm happy to listen to you as well, but as you said, I don't know what this would do for us. I've never felt this affected by having someone leave my side. You want to call? Instead, my hands are shaking. I can't really type too much. Man, this is sad, dude. Cause like, it's sad because these are clearly two people that did care about someone, care about each other, like deeply. Like 2 years is like nothing to scoff at, and bro not only cheated one time, which he admitted to. Bro also then did something that completely crossed Ari's boundary by taking videos of her non-consensually when it was during intimate action. So it's like, And then seeing them interact, it's like, damn. Because it's like, bro, they clearly care about each other, but bro fucked up so bad. Like, so bad. Like, there's no coming back from. You kind of just have to eat that. You know what I mean? You kind of just have to eat that L. After this conversation, we had a long phone call where we decided it would be best to go no contact and focus on ourselves, but neither of us could hang up and ended up falling asleep. Hence, the call lasted 15 hours. See, bro, that's so tragic. After the 26th, I went live on an alt Twitch account through my phone, 40CCV, to talk about why I had not gone live since returning from TwitchCon 2025. This alt channel had existed for more than 6 months before the controversy and was mainly used to play games with viewers, watch videos, and occasionally IRL stream. Okay. On the stream, I expressed that I had been going through a hard time, that something terrible had happened to me, and that I wouldn't be able to stream for a while. I had missed streaming but felt too uncomfortable to stream on my main channel. I continued to go live on this alt channel for another 2 days, talking about random things, occasionally making analogies, and talking about scenarios that were similar to my situation. During the stream, I never once mentioned what had happened between Lee and I, but it was obvious to a frequent viewer of both of us that something had happened between us, as neither of us streamed after returning from TwitchCon. On the 29th of October 2025, 3 days after Lee and I cut contact, he spam called me on Discord. Damn. Which I did not respond to. He then sent me a message showing that the 12,000 payment was being processed, and that he wished to speak to me before sending me this money, but I was unresponsive. He had sent me a long message instead. Alright. Let's read the shit. I wanted to talk to you before sending this money, but if you're not down to, that's okay. Let me know once it's gone through to you. Hi, I just wanted to chat. I just had a chat with Juno. You mentioned you're waiting for me to say something. Firstly, sorry, I was under the impression that I was meant to be waiting for you because you said you needed time to make a decision, and I wanted to respect that. I heard you also told other people in the community about the situation. Where it has gotten back to me about how much I'm hurting you, and I feel extremely regretful, of course. It's valid, of course. I know you rely on others to hear your thoughts and get things off your chest. I heard you saying I'm trying to run away and hide, but I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm extremely regretful, and of course I wouldn't want to throw this all under the rug because I know it's seriously hurting you and will continue to unless it comes to a conclusion you can move forward with. That would only hurt you more. Sorry if it seems that way to you. Last time we talked, I've made sure to be constantly apologetic and remorseful for what I've done. And I felt as my apologies were acknowledged because you said, I know you're sorry. Regardless, my feelings of regret towards hurting you has not changed. They've only progressed more and more. I'm sorry for breaking your trust. I'm sorry for not communicating properly. And I'm sorry for putting you through so much hurt to the point it's truly traumatized you for your future. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure you have a lot on your mind too. It's difficult to put into words. I really wish the best for you, and I wanted to keep up on this promise by clearly asking you word limit. 1 sec. Okay, so you hit the word limit on Discord. Nigga don't got nitro? Sorry, my fault. Let me not crack jokes. It says your image is the payment confirmation screenshot for 12,000. I actually am unsure what he means by I heard you've also told other people in the community about the situation, because the only people who knew about it were Jono and Fishy Chair. So maybe this was just bad communication, not sure. Before this message, I was unsure of what I wanted, whether I wanted to pursue legal action, if I wanted to forgive him, or whatever else. Between the time I called the police and received this message from Lee, I had not been contacted by the police and concluded that if investigation had not occurred. I had given up on taking legal action as I did not have the financial and mental capacity to pursue a court case against him. Especially after receiving an apology, I felt the same guilt I felt when I initially filed a police report 4 days prior. He kept an S10 until late 2025, bro. 2025, bro is broke. Same. Of course, he doesn't have nitro. I don't. It's cause I don't know. Maybe it's like that. That like I don't know. Cause like when I think of Schrodinger Lee, I think of like popular Valorant stream. So I would think it'd be and he's also sending Shoddy 12,000. So that's like you don't have nitro. I just showed up, but I missed. Schrodinger Lee's a weirdo that pre-pandemic phone. It's fucking crazy. Schrodinger Lee is a weirdo that cheated on his girlfriend and then also took videos of her doing stuff without his consent, without her consent. He then asked if I would like him to announce his wrongdoings and quit content creation for me. I didn't know how to answer this question and was unresponsive. As I tried to be as careful with my words as possible. I know there are a lot of Discord logs to read from here on, but I promise you it's relevant and necessary context. Alright, there's a lot of screenshots. Which is actually low-key a good thing. I like when I read a doc and there's a lot of screenshots instead of just blocks of text. Because, I feel like it gives you more, context as to what's actually going on. Of course, screenshots and stuff can still be altered, but considering that I haven't seen a response from Schrodinger and he just literally admitted to doing this, I don't think that's going to be the case for this doc. That's my opinion, of course, and just my astute observations based on the information I have gathered. Would you like me to announce what I've done and quit content creation for you? Hi. Is it alright if I just type? It's okay. I can talk now. Okay. Yes. Yes to this, question mark? I think it's better for both of us if you typed instead. And then she was like, okay. So she was clarifying she was saying yes to the typing message. Also heard you're scared that I might hurt you or hurt myself. Honestly, I really firmly believe I don't have either of those in me, but I do understand your reasoning why. Sorry to scare you, but I can assure that it'll be okay. I'm more so worried about you. There's a lot I want to say because there's a lot I've heard and seen, unfortunately, but I don't understand. But I understand. All right. Okay, he calls, missed calls. Schrodinger says, is everything okay? Calls again. She doesn't pick up. Schrodinger, honestly, I'm sort of concerned about the unresponsiveness right now. He calls, no response. And then question mark. Then he goes, I'll send the rest in December. I'll do what I think is right. Thank you for trying your best in this relationship. I really tried my best to do better. Honestly, I still have a lot of feelings and thoughts that I can't exactly put into words. Sorry if I'm like stuttering a bit. It's kind of hard to read these because they're so small. But I really would be glad to see you do well. I hope your study goes well if you choose to go. I hope you find someone that can offer security and safety, someone to build trust in. Hope you find a nice place. I had a really good time. Sorry I didn't fully appreciate you, and I hope you can heal from the damage I've done. The amount of remorse I have really is really hard to explain. Okay, but I think it's best if we go no contact. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'd always appreciate your time you sacrificed for me. Sorry, I was in the middle of typing up a response. It's long. Okay. I'll send the rest in December. Is referring to the remaining 6,000 of the 18,000 that he agreed to pay me. Because there's a lot I've seen and heard. This is him referring to conversations he had with Jono as he acted like a mediator, question mark, during this time as he was friends with both of us. TLDR, Lee wished the best for me and Lee sent me this money willingly in hopes of me doing well. He then says he would send the remaining 6,000 as he believed it was the right thing to do. Okay. Holy moly, block of text. Look at this. Look at this shit, man. Alright. This was my response to Lee asking me if I wanted him to announce his wrongdoings as quick content creation for me. Sorry, such a long response. If you can't zoom in to read it, there's an image. Oh, thank God. Give me that. Alright. Streaming, as you know, is a big part of my income and is what kept me afloat the past 3 years. It's not something I can easily give up, and to be honest, I know I won't quit anytime soon, especially when I grew so fond of my community. I wanted to cut ties with you completely. I want to move on and heal, but it's hard when I'm associated with you everywhere I go. It's the fact that I've been an integral part of your brand between 2024 and 2025, and it's also true that whenever people see me, they think of you. You'll always be brought up for as long as I stay in the streaming space. I don't think it's fair that I have to leave my source of income and community behind. just to heal from trauma you've given me. I don't think it's right that I, as the victim, have to lose more and sacrifice more to compensate. I thought that everything would be okay if I were to be compensated, but to be honest, the past few days, everywhere I went, every person I talked to mentioned you, and I had to continuously relive the hurt you've done to me. I want to speak out so badly about what happened just so people can stop associating you with me, so that I can continue to stay on Twitch and do what I enjoy without having to stay silent and protect you. I want to separate myself from you completely, but I can't do that unless I completely give up streaming, or I make a public statement pleading to no longer be associated with you, or if you came out with the truth yourself. I didn't think the last option was possible because you love what you do and it will jeopardize your career. I was under the impression that you would never come forth with your wrongdoings because I saw the lack of effort in taking accountability when you cheated on me. Jonah was the only person you spoke to as I know of, and I was bitter about it because it felt things were being swept under the rug, but learned to no longer mind it because I thought it was a trivial thing to bring to the public because I had hope our relationship was something we could save. I kept quiet to protect you because I knew how much your career meant to you and how the smallest drama can cause friction, and also because I wanted us to work. I was proud of myself for not inciting drama and keeping our relationship issues private, but your actions showed me that there wasn't much accountability on your end. Okay. First paragraph done. I was never going to speak out about the cheating because I agreed to work things out with you, and after a few months I was hopeful, but this time is different. In the past, I was involved with someone who had photographed me without consent and had threatened to leak these images if I ended things with them. I escalated this to the police, who were quite useless because I had no evidence and because my face wasn't in them. I lived in fear and tremendous anxiety that one day he would leak those, considering my online presence had continued to grow. And after 2 years, I finally healed and was able to function without having to worry about it. This is why I was so adamant about not being filmed and so against sending news to each other. I didn't have to tell you about this trauma since I had healed, and me not consenting to the act was simply more than enough. You still broke my trust and crossed a boundary that I was adamant about, and I had to relive something that took years to recover from. Not only that, you committed a serious sex crime, considering you had lied to me many times in the past and kept many things a secret from me. Finding out... My phone went off, sorry. Secret from me, finding out that you had filmed me multiple times only led me to believe it was out of malicious intent. Ever since we broke up, I had immense fear and anxiety thinking you still had more videos of me and couldn't rule out the possibility that you're going to leak them or use them to blackmail me. I know that's the worst case scenario, but I couldn't give you the benefit of the doubt at all because you weren't an honest person. Valid. Throughout the relationship, I called my local you weren't an honest person throughout the relationship. Okay. It was a weird break in the fucking... I called my local police station out of fear that you still had these videos, and again, they took a statement and did nothing despite me having photo evidence of these explicit videos on your phone. You might think it's a stretch to feel this way, but again, you weren't an honest person and continued to hurt me, so I couldn't help but consider this a possibility given my past experience in the exact same situation. I was in the middle of compiling evidence of you filming me and cheating on me and started bursting into tears because deep down I don't want to be the one to bring this to light. My goal isn't to cancel you or ruin your career. I just want to be left alone and be independent from you. But I know that me coming to the public about it will do irreparable damage to your career. As someone who had been in a relationship with you for almost 2 years, seeing that this is something you love so much so it brought many challenges to our relationship, I didn't want to ruin it. I still hope for the best for you and I want to see you succeed, but at the same time, it's so unfair that I have to stay silent and endure the pain caused by your actions that I had no control over just because I feel bad and worry about you. I tried hard to act like everything was okay, to pretend that nothing happened between us when people would casually bring you up in the conversation, but I couldn't. Our communities are so intertwined that people notice things aren't good between us. I never mentioned your name when I asked my community for advice on my alt streams. I never specified what happened, but it was enough for them to conclude something had happened between us. This just confirmed to me how I'll never escape your name and the memories of our relationship for as long as our communities mix. I'm still thankful for the exposure you've given me. I've grown so much as a creator thanks to you, and I'll forever be grateful for it, even if success is associated with you. I miss you a lot, and my heart keeps questioning whether or not I should continue this relationship. Of course I want to. The past few days were hell without you, and I can't imagine what my life would look like without you, but I know that's not right. As for whether or not you should quit, I don't think you should. but I do think you should be the one to be truthful about a relationship and the hurt you've done to me. That way, I can truly believe you weren't filming me maliciously and that you take accountability for the harm you've done to me. I'm gonna snooze the ad so I can finish this. I would not want to see him succeed. I'd be on some Kendrick shit. No, because the way I would terminate him for the rest of his life until I got the proof. It's. I'm trying to, because obviously I just hate cheaters. So like, okay, I'm gonna give my biased opinion and then a more like analytical, logical opinion, right? My biased opinion is fuck that nigga, call his ass out, right? That's what I would think. Like, let's say in a hypothetical scenario, I'm Ari's friend and Ari comes to me and tells me everything, right? I'd be like, yo, light that nigga on fire. Light that nigga on fire. Right? But let's put my biases aside and just go from what we know. Schrodinger Lee did this thing. He got called out for it. She's crying and stuff. Schrodinger Lee has shown signs of remorse to this point. He's willing to pay up the bread. He apologized profusely, but I think then again he apologized when cops were brought up, right? Keep that in mind. And let me make sure I'm not mixing up details. He's done nothing but wish the best for her from what we've seen. And then on top of that, I'm guessing, okay, what's the date of this? The 29th. Okay. Lee then, this was 4 months ago. Lee then comes out after she said that you should be the one to talk about it to everyone, so I can feel as like, basically she's saying like, prove to me that this wasn't malicious and like just be open about it, right? He then goes and does it, which is why I'm like, okay, word. So from an analytical standpoint, I think bro does want to do the right thing and he's just a gooner. Hydrate. I'll hydrate. This is not excusing his actions, by the way. It's still fuck him. Should she press charges? I think so. Yeah. And with him going out, him coming out about it, it's now up to his community on whether to stick with him or not. I'm gonna judge you if you stick with him, of course. I'm gonna judge you, but it's obviously your fucking choice. Like if you listen to R. Kelly, I'm gonna judge you, but it's your choice. Do what you gotta do, you know? Do what you wanna do, rather. Where did I end off? I ended off here. In a perfect world, I wish that you came clean to the public about your wrongdoings towards me so that I can see that you're taking accountability and aren't trying to hide your wrongdoings for the sake of maintaining a good, dramaless image. It would help me forgive and forget, to view in a better light, and even fuel my desire to continue this relationship. Oh, don't do that. I miss you a lot and my heart wants this relationship, but it's hard. It's hard to have both a public statement and a relationship without looking pathetic and getting scrutinized by our viewers and peers. I really wanted this relationship, but I have no idea what's right for me anymore, and I'm struggling a lot. Thanks for apologizing to me and compensating me. I don't know how long it'll take for me to heal from this again. Intimacy is a big part of a long-term relationship, but I know I won't be able to reciprocate it to my future partners for a long time. It sucks, but that's unfortunately that's the reality we live in. And I just have to find a way to heal. Okay, that's a minor typo and that was fucking me up. Yeah, like he cheated and then like, you know the crazy part, the cheating thing is like not even the big issue here. All right, let's see. We don't need a TLDR, I feel, because, you know. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I did do it. I don't think we need a TLDR because we just read it all. Um. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, hi Devi. All right. In this message, I talked about wanting Lee to issue a public statement as a form of taking accountability. However, comma, in the conversation that followed, I expressed that publicizing the issue was a terrible idea, and we came to an agreement to keep this private. Okay, then why did he? Okay, then wait. Why did he? Why did he? Why did he do this? Why did this happen then? Yeah, that's true. I would never come back to. Yeah. I feel you on that. Because he felt guilty. Yeah, okay, but like, huh? I just watched your latest video. It wasn't right with they got your mans. Huh? What do you mean? Um, Once a cheater, always a cheater. She was being so courteous to this loser. Yeah, low key. She was being like shit as professional as she possibly could. Like I can't imagine like because I'm also the same in the sense of like I have to trust a nigga with 100% of my being for like anything intimate to even be grazed by a camera. You know what I mean? I have to every fiber in my being needs to be completely trustworthy of you in order for me to do anything with a camera involved. You know what I mean? So I can't imagine like setting the boundary at off rip and be like, yo, no cameras, no phones, none of that shit. And then for them to do it anyway and then keep it from you. And then you find out by having to lurk through their phone. Also, an ad is gonna start, so I'm gonna play the ad break. Um, and yeah. Oh wait, I need to get rid of that. Oh wait, I already did. I almost thought I had my old ass Advanced GG ad still as a thing. I don't. I'm not. I'm not with them anymore. But I'm gonna run the ad, and then we're gonna get back to it. We're only 7 pages. Ah, I'm back. All right, I'm back, and I got Sprite. Yes, sir. Okay. So we left off on reading basically this whole block. Here for those that need a recap. Read this whole block. Shit, I can go through the TLDR now. For those that TLDR, my goal wasn't to cancel or ruin your career. I just wanted to be left alone and independent from you. But I know that me coming to the public about it will do irreparable damage to your career. As someone who had been in a relationship with you for almost 2 years, seeing that this is something you love so much, so it brought many challenges to our relationship. I didn't want to ruin it. So basically, it's her basically being like, dude, you're not an honest person. I don't think it's fair for me to be taken, for me to basically sacrifice so much just to protect you when you've been nothing but dishonest to me. You know what I mean? And then she at first says, um, she wants Lee to talk about the issue public, like in a public statement, as a form of taking accountability, just so it can also like validate to her that he wasn't being malicious and that he actually does want to take, accountability for what he did. But in a conversation that followed after this block of text, um, she expressed that publicizing the issue was a terrible idea and to keep the shit private. However, Schrodinger Lee obviously didn't do that with this clip, so let's keep reading. I cannot give him a clear answer to his question because I couldn't find a solution that could save both our relationship and his career. So we had a phone call to discuss. The phone call on the 29th of October 2025 was unproductive and had derailed into a different topic. Lee started to accuse my friend Fishy Chair of making an elaborate plan to put him in jail after he learned about my situation when I contacted him. This later proved to be false as he admitted to forging Discord DMs using Inspect Element. Wait. Wait, he what? he what? He fucking what? Lee started to accuse my friend Fishy Chair of making an elaborate plan to put him in jail after he learned about my situation when I contacted him. This later proved to be false as he admitted to forging Discord DMs using Inspect Element. More context on page 27. Never mind, bro. Bomb him. Huh? That everything I said with my logical opinion based on my prior evidence. Never fucking mind. That nigga's a fucking bozo. All he had to do, deadass. Okay, listen. All he had to do, you fucked up. You did something horrendous. You know what you do? You be like, I fucked up. I did something horrendous. Whatever you decide to do, I understand. And you let them do whatever they decide to do. If they want to talk to you, you let them talk to you. If they want to take legal action, you let them take legal action. Or if they're going to take legal action and they tell you, I'm going to take legal action, you just shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. That simple. And then you let your lawyer handle it. And whatever happens, happens. And then you keep it pushing. But lawyer can salvage this, to be honest. I'm saying like from the get-go. Like I'm saying the moment that she finds out, oh shit, you have images of me on your phone, videos of me on your phone. You then console her, especially if you actually feel bad, try to console her as much as you can. You let her know, yo, whatever you decide to do, I understand. If it's to take legal action, I understand. If you decide like you think we could talk this out, I'll hear you out. What do you need? They came to the money thing. He was good for agreeing to the money thing and sending money over. But now he lost the plot. Like, why are you talking? Why are you talking on stream when y'all already had an agreement to keep it private? Why did this whole thing happen? Why are you talking? Shut the fuck up. Why are you then forging shit using Inspect Element? Like, what are you doing? Like now everything falls apart. I feel like I'm the lawyer reviewing the case. Like, yeah, bro, this shit now it's unsalvageable. He became paranoid and decided to self-destruct before she has the chance to, even though she wouldn't have. That's the crazy thing. Ari's such a nice person that she was dead ass even thinking about keeping the relationship going. She even felt bad for reporting you at all. And you're I don't get it, man. You fucked everything up. Bro's tweaking. All right. We talked in circles about what we both wanted, and towards the end, I invited him over to my place to talk face to face. Sometime in the evening, Lee arrived at my house to talk to me about the conversation prior. He had broken down in tears, apologizing to me, saying how he deeply regrets what he had done and that he didn't want to give up his online career. I reassured him that I wouldn't be pursuing legal action, that I wanted to work towards forgiving him and healing. He pleaded with me to properly consider what I truly wanted from him and to reach an agreement with him that involved saving his career. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I don't think he feels bad anymore. I think at this point, I think he felt bad initially, and then he started thinking about the repercussions. It being that, yeah, with a career like his, this can really fuck it up. And now he's more paranoid and more worried about his career than Ari. I don't think he really cares as. I think his care for Ari is under his career. And even then, an argument could be made that yeah, that he never felt bad. Because like, what if he never got caught? Probably would just kept doing it. Yeah, my point exactly, Gerard. Like, if he never got caught, he probably wouldn't give a fuck. Um, After an hour going back and forth after seeing him in tears and pleading with me, I concluded that I didn't wish for him to speak about this matter at all. I vividly remember telling him that as long as he was able to tell his close friends and family about what happened in a relationship, I'd be more than happy for him to not publicize anything. This agreement allowed me to see whether Lee was truly capable of taking accountability, whilst encouraging him to have a support system external to me. I told Lee that he should spend the night with me. Wait, what? I told Lee that he should spend the night with me to mend a relationship, and that he could go live on a stream the next day and simply say that we won't be streaming together for a while. Lee, upon hearing this, burst into tears, hugged me, and thanked me for saving his career. I also told him at this time that he didn't have to send me the remaining 6,000 like we agreed. I felt incredibly thankful that he was helping me with my accommodation already. We had decided to continue working on this relationship because we were too attached to each other. We spent the night deuce grumbling and cuddling until we fell asleep. Holy shit. Yeah, Shotty really likes this dude. Oh man. That's like it's like so oh man. Inviting him over I thought was a little bit like, ooh, weird, but but maybe they just talk it face to face. Maybe nothing happens after that. But then they oh man. Okay. The next day on the 30th of October 2025, Lee left my house to eat dinner with his parents. He had promised me before leaving that he would talk to his parents about how he cheated on me. Context on this here. Oh, this is chapter 3? Okay. And he filmed me without consent. I later find out through his brother that Lee had not mentioned anything about a relationship, and they found out for themselves through future streams. After returning home, he had gone live to talk about us. At this moment, I am under the impression that you're not going to detail about what happened between us, but on a stream, he has stated that he's done something criminal, that he photographed me in bed without consent, and emotionally cheated on me. Just another, like, yeah,
Yeah, I
it's the
want to go
same
into like
clip.
super like nitty gritty details and stuff like that. And I hope you guys don't bother anyone else with that as well.
Yeah, this is a clip we watched earlier. Fuck, man. This clip was later uploaded to the. Oh, I had a burp, sorry. This clip was later uploaded to a live stream fails Reddit page. Towards the end of this clip, he says, "We decided that it's probably best for me to come out with things. This is absolutely not true, as we've seen." He even admitted the next day that I specifically asked him not to in front of the in front of his audience. Evidence on page 10. Okay, we're on page 8. I fell asleep on the alt stream while watching League of Legends Worlds, and I woke up right after his confession. So I reviewed his VOD and was shocked to see that he had acted against our agreement and publicized basically everything. The people from Lee's chat hopped into mine and started asking a bunch of questions. I stated here that he emotionally cheated on me with an ex in hopes of clearing up misunderstanding that he physically. Wait, I stated here that he emotionally cheated on me with an ex in hopes of clearing up a misunderstanding. Okay, that he physically cheated. During Lee's confession, there were surprisingly many chat messages supporting him and a lot of his mods. See, this is that. Here's the thing, man. A lot of people, and I'm gonna say this right now, guys. If I ever do something like fucked up, leave, bro. Like, if I do something fucked up, please just say, "Yo, you fucked up," and then dip. Holy shit! Don't kiss up to my ass ever. The thing with streamers though, and like YouTube, just content creators in general, and anyone of like, I don't know, higher social status, I guess. A lot of people just kiss up, and it's so weird. It's so weird. And a lot of his minds advised it would be best for him to delete the VOD and all clips associated with it for his own safety. I had no qualms about this. In fact, I was glad he decided to delete the VOD, as our initial agreement was not to publicize the situation. After he had deleted the VOD, I started receiving anonymous threats that didn't really bother me. We were both focused on mending a relationship. This was the day after his confession stream. We were just talking and vibing as usual. He expressed here that he just wants to work on us and that he took down his VOD to prevent randoms from weaponizing this information. Just a few hours after this conversation, Lee went live on his alt channel to react to the Face Streamer Awards. What the fuck? And talked about his most recent stream on the Schrodinger Lee channel. This was when the live stream fail Reddit post started to gain traction, and someone in the chat sent him the link. He then reviewed the Reddit post and began commenting on the situation. He started to reveal more about the situation than what was initially shared. What the fuck? He just didn't shut up. He just didn't shut up. Public involvement. Here is the VOD re-uploaded, but I'll be using timestamps of relevant moments for the document. Lee begins to talk about the Reddit post around 42:24. Lee is in shock to see his confession was clipped and shared on live streamer fails. He was going through the comments and decided to share his perspective on what happened in our relationship. Okay. So what we're gonna do, and this is what I would usually do when I would review. Well, first off, I would kind of watch most of the VOD, but okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna 42:24.
Do you see the LSF thread? No, I didn't.
We got Luke. Where's Luke at? Luke?
Really? Why would I be on LSF? What the fuck?
Why would you be on LSF? What's LSF? Live stream fails.
Is this AI?
It's this. Live stream fails. LSF.
Vert or Alvert?
Oh my god, wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna skip a little bit.
Alvert. AI Vert.
Oh my god, wow. I actually had no idea this was a thing. Oh wow, it's big. Oh wow, I didn't realize how big was that. Oh wow. Oh wow. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize how big it was. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Damn. I didn't realize I was I had no idea. Yeah. I had no idea. Oh my god, wow, I didn't realize there's somebody about this opinion of me. Wasn't front page, really? Wow. Jesus Christ. I had no idea
your fucking chair, bro.
I had no idea. I didn't even know. Like, do we even read this? I didn't even think so. Do we even read this? Can't be that good to read, can it?
No, bro.
I don't know. Yeah. That's crazy. That's very, very crazy. I had no idea. Wow, I actually didn't know that that was that this was a thing. Damn. I don't think.
So he's just gonna say damn over and over?
Yeah.
Hold on. Shocked. Okay, yeah, we definitely shocked. At around 57. So at around 57. Yeah. We're gonna go to 49.
No, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
wow,
man.
damn. That's crazy. Wow, damn.
Always there to be known, not be a piece of shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. 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 Don't mistake that as remorse, as this wasn't guilt, it was damage control. No, I don't think so. No. I think this is like coming out of a place of like trying to like paint the worst image for me, which I understand as to why, completely as to why people would do that. But like honestly, I really want to try to make the show, like make sure I'm taking the right steps towards like guilt and remorse, because obviously it was like affecting me quite a lot. It sounds like shit to say like affecting me, because I want to say I should like, you know, like it shouldn't affect me more, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Literally, bro. Just look this guy up. He is, yeah, like Schrodinger Lee is like he's not. This isn't a small dude. I don't know how to fucking spell his name. But yeah, like, and then Schrodinger Lee is the reason is how I found out who Inoki was, because I actually watch Inoki still. When was his last video? 3 months ago? Okay, these thumbnails are fucking brother. But yeah, I still watch Inoki. Oh yes, people has already made videos. This was the one I saw today on my feed. Oh my god, this nigga got production. Look at that shit. I didn't watch it though. I didn't watch it. I want to read it first. Anyway, let's get back to this shit. Yeah. Round 57.
I'm gonna keep working hard, and a lot better, obviously. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Ah man, yeah. Damn, bro. Shit's gonna be pretty late. Shit's gonna be pretty lit.
Fuck is he talking about? He talks like a Valorant streamer, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like he talks like a Valorant. Like, I remember when Valorant was like prime. I guess it kind of still was. He was one. Yeah, I know he was, but like, he's like the trademark Valorant nigga. Like, damn, shit. E-boy? Nah, I don't want to disrespect E-boys that much. But he's like, damn, man, that's crazy. Shit. It's gonna get pretty lit. The fuck is you talking about, nigga? Like, what?
I feel like in this situation, like I don't really know what the steps are. I don't really know like what the steps are to like do this, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Cause like in the first place, like I wasn't even gonna like say like in the first place, like I was just,
holy moly,
like,
the studder man. Thank you for like. Well, appreciate you, Vesty. Hope you recover. Hope you recover quick. Literally, bro is like, she even I don't really know like what's the steps are to like do this, you know? Yeah, because like in the first place, like I wasn't even gonna like say like in the first place, like I was like what the fuck is he talking? Like, bro, speak normal. Come on, man. Form a
like,
sentence in your head
like,
and then say it out loud.
In the first place, like I was just, like Ari told me to not say any specifics.
Okay.
In order to like save my image and stuff. But I felt as if like it wouldn't be right. So I just said everything. So like it really felt as if I was taking accountability. But yeah, I don't really know. Yeah. Of course, Fergo, of course, yeah.
Okay. Here he admits that he had acted against our agreement and confessed on his live stream a day ago to show that he was taking accountability. I explicitly advised against this. He then speaks further about our relationship without my consent whilst trying to portray an introspective and righteous image, whilst actively spitting misinformation to minimize his wrongdoings. 108.34.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. Yeah, there's quite a bit. It's a lot. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. And I don't really want to say my side because like my side sort of takes away from
Your side, nigga. There's not. Huh? Your side? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
the wrong that I've done, you know. So like I really don't want to talk about like my side as much, especially not on mainstream, not to go on these like fucking random platforms and shit, for like random people to just know about and stuff. But yeah, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I was looking to move in with Ari.
Okay, hold on. So I guess I have to go back to 4610.
During our relationship, it was like heavily discussed that I shouldn't like reconnect with my ex at any point.
And you did so anyway.
And
Dickhead.
last year there was just a couple of events where like obviously it was like really hard for me to avoid my ex in this environment because like they were there as well.
Dog, you don't know how easy it is to just ghost a nigga. Like, what? Like, hello? This nigga, hold on. Let me read.
This year there was just a couple of events where like obviously it was like really hard for me to avoid my ex in this environment because like they were there as well. I'm
gonna tell you this right now. If my girl ever told me, hey, never talk to an ex, I'd be like, yes, ma'am. I don't care if I'm in the same elevator with that chick with an ex. She don't exist to me right now. She don't exist. My girl said, don't reconnect or talk. Like it wasn't. Don't be around an ex. You shouldn't reconnect. You shouldn't make any effort to reconnect with an ex. Word. If you guys happen to be in the same environment, you just don't interact with her. It's that simple. If I walk into a zoo, I can choose whether or not I want to interact with with some of the exhibits or not. Just because I'm at the zoo doesn't mean that I have to interact with everybody there. You know what I mean? Just because I'm at the zoo doesn't mean I have to fuck with every animal. I don't have to see every animal. I don't have to interact with every single exhibit.
And there were times where like I would walk into the room and then immediately see them and just immediately leave.
As you should. That's fine.
But throughout the night, I did end up having a conversation with them, and that conversation pretty much like broke the trust that we had. And even though like I had no like
zoo. Well, because that's like the only way I can explain it. Because it's like if you go to a zoo, or even like a museum, or like even like I can go on with this analogy all day. If you go into an amusement park, do you have to ride every ride? No, you don't. You go into a grocery store, do you have to buy every item? No, you don't. If you go into a mall, you have to walk in every store? No, you don't. So it's like if you go to a party, do you have to talk to every nigga? No, you don't. So how is your ex being there just because it's at an event means that you have to interact with your ex? It doesn't. You just ignore her. And then if your ex is in like a group that you want to talk to, you just wait until she leaves. When she doesn't leave, you can probably hit them up later and be like, yo, I want to talk to y'all, but I kind of couldn't because, you know, Shotty was there. You should have enough self-control that even if he was talking to her, he doesn't fucking cheat. Yeah, true. And on top of this was obviously more than what he's saying. Because if it's to the point where he's saying that it was emotional cheating and Ari's saying he emotionally cheated, it was more than just this conversation. It was more than just this one conversation.
intentions of getting back with them, and I was simply just there to have a conversation. I do understand as to how that's like emotionally cheating. So I know that's not a lot of people's definition of what being a cheater is. But
Let's see this. All right. There was no context given regarding the emotional cheating that had occurred in our relationship, and his stream was the first time anything about it was revealed. I was incredibly upset upon hearing this because we both knew that the situation wasn't as simple as having a conversation with an ex. Like I thought. There was a lot more to the situation that constituted his actions as cheating, evidence on page 12. Him simply reconnecting with an ex and doing nothing more was a narrative he frequently pushed, essentially framing me as an insecure girlfriend who gaslit him into believing he cheated on me. This was the first instance of him shaping the narrative. He talks about the money that I asked for compensation on 10906. Let's hear that.
I was looking to move in with Ari, but obviously, since this happened, our plans fell through. And since she's having trouble looking for a roommate, you know, she said that, yeah, like, I guess, like, in the moment, like, it wasn't really blackmail. It was more so just, like...
You also really shouldn't say, it wasn't really blackmail. You should say it wasn't blackmail.
We came to an agreement that, well, like, yeah, she said, like, yeah, she needs money from me. So, yeah, I've given Ari $12,000 so far, and I'll give her more in December, and just for her to find a place, and yeah, this is a whole other situation happening, but yeah, so far I've been owed around $78,000 in total, and I don't expect to get any of the money back, especially after this. So yeah, honestly, I've been financially like sort of like, I definitely realized I've been financially like sort of like exploited a lot from friends and family, and
Okay, you go on a fucking rant. Stretch and posture, word. Low-key emotional cheating is worse. Like, you're actively building a relationship with someone else while ignoring your existing one and turning around and being like, woe is me, I just felt ignored. Yeah, that shit's a dick. Yeah, emotional cheating takes a lot of effort. Because it's not as simple as just like, I don't fuck someone else, you know what I mean? It's like, you actively talk, spend time, you know, share secrets, have deep conversations. Like, it's essentially a whole other relationship. Like a deep one. And you're ignoring the one that you already built with someone else. It's so fucked up. He admits here that we came to an agreement and that it wasn't really blackmail. He didn't mention that I refused the remaining 6,000, true, and that he planned to send me in December. And in the same sentence, he claimed that he was owed 78,000. I have no clue where this number came from because I never owed him money except for TwitchCon 2025 flight tickets, which he agreed I didn't have to pay back, since he specified it was a different situation. I'm assuming he was talking about how he was manipulated into paying his roommate's rent when he lived with Sonaki and Redacted. This was a narrative he shared on stream throughout his years of streaming. It was common knowledge to Lee's community that his previous roommates were heavily mistreated him. This later proved to be a complete lie. What? Holy shit! I didn't think it could get worse. Like it's like I didn't think there's layers to it. I didn't think it was layers. Okay. I later realized cherry picking what information was shared about the situation was a deliberate attempt to deflect and garner sympathy. This was extremely disingenuous considering he had already acted against my wishes and publicized our private relationship when we agreed not to. Around 1/12/22. Okay. 1/12/22.
money plot sounds. I'll be right back. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay. Lee receives a call from me and AFK's from the stream. In this call, I called him to say that I saw the LSF post and that I plan on going live on my main Twitch account to help defend him because at that time we had chosen to work on a relationship and continue dating. So okay, So you're just making things worse on brother. Y'all just I'm confused. Think about it. You cheated on this chick. She said, no, we will work on it. We'll see what we can do. Things start looking up. Y'all about to move in. You then get caught doing some shit you should never do. She then still continues to try and date you. And you go and just keep running your mouth. Ah, you're dumb. Ah, you're dumb. Ah, you're dumb. Ah, you make my head hurt. Ah. Okay. Alright, we're gonna keep reading. I didn't want negative attention around a relationship, thus I decided it was time to speak. Speak about the Reddit post. It was the first time I went live on my main channel in 7 days, and it was the first time I spoke about my situation in public. You can see in his VOD that Lee reacts to my live stream from 141:06.
As some of you may know, there's been a
Where to? Yeah.
online basically clipping these
Yeah,
messages.
this is crazy, bro.
Hydrate, thank you. Like, I don't get it. Like, he's like legitimately self-sabotaging everything. And like, I'm gonna say this from personal experience. I think like when it comes to just, and I'm gonna say this now, like I've obviously been in relationships publicly, right? We've never aired out any negative things that have occurred, even after those relationships ended. Of course, I've got questions like, oh, where'd she go? What happened? Not y'all business. You know what I mean? So it's like, when it's something like this, and then on top of that, you're still trying to fight for it, why the fuck are you talking about the negative shit? Because you're just exacerbating the problem. That's all you're doing, is making the problem worse. You're making it harder for you to deal with, because then you have outside niggas talking on your shit all the time. And that's already hard enough to handle just on a day-to-day basis with just you living. So what the fuck do you want to add that pressure onto the relationship as well? It's stupid. It's dumb as fuck. I'm not saying your relationships always has to be private. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that when it comes to like serious issues and just mostly anything negative, figure that shit out between y'all. You know what I mean? The moment you get other people involved, everything starts crumbling. Granted, again, the police should have been involved in my opinion, but obviously I'm talking this way because Shoddy obviously at this point wanted to still be with him. Someone else's relationship and any of my business on me, as I say when I'm reading this document. I won't play the thing until we get more timestamps. In this live stream, I revealed that I had asked Lee for money and that I've been compensated for his actions. I said that I had forgiven him and believed the situation was equally my fault. That he did not deserve the criticism he was receiving. It was not equally your fault. That's some. You were just saying that, bro. It was not your fault, bro. Come on now. I claimed in this stream that I asked Lee to come forward with his wrongdoings in hopes of minimizing the situation. I had essentially lied to my audience in hopes of diverting negative attention away from him. Yeah, she's trying to save his ass. I asked my viewers for their understanding and to not speak about this topic further. In hindsight, I should not have done this because now I'm equally at fault for the misinformation shared about the situation. I also should not have gone out of my way to defend someone who later twisted the narrative and claimed that I blackmailed him to his community and friends while still dating me. More on this later. Below is a transcript of me defending Lee on my live stream, and it should give you a general idea of what was being said if you don't wish to watch the whole VOD. For the sake of time of just a stream, I'll jump timestamps. Obviously, if I do decide to do a video on this, when I do a second read, I'm gonna have to watch everything. Was she the one who cheated? No. Was she the one who went public? No. Did she choose for any of this to happen? No. No, like dead ass. Like she didn't do shit. Like low key, like dead ass. No, not even low key. High key. Ari did literally 0 things wrong. She did absolutely nothing wrong. Asking for compensation made sense. Saying to not say anything made sense. Inviting the nigga to the house and cuddling with him. I would have told your dumbass, don't do that shit. But you know, she's not wrong in the slightest for anything. He made the situation way more worse than it already was. And she's the victim! Alright, 156.58. 156.58.
Support him because, like, yeah, it's disappointing at the end of the day, but he's making active steps to become.
Yeah, so I just need to be better this time.
But I would like to say that he's not like.
Hold on.
It's disappointing at the end of the day, but
On the
he's
transcript
making active
as well.
steps to become.
Yeah, so I just need to be better this time.
But I would like to say that he's not like entirely the villain here, because like again, maybe I'm being incredibly selfish for wanting a public statement.
Fuck no, cause you. Okay, yeah, she did tell us that she lied, but the fact she's lying in hopes to protect this nigga, tragic. Maybe I'm incredibly selfish for wanting a public statement that you then quickly invited him over and told him verbally to his face, hey, you want your career to work. And she said that because he was pleading to brother. She said that because he was pleading to not ruin his career or whatever, or that he really wanted to keep his career. And she was like, okay, well, yeah, saying this is probably a very bad idea then, so don't say anything. Say, I just want you to come clean to your family, you're very, very close friends, and that'll be enough for me to think that you're taking accountability. Don't say shit on the internet, because, you know, that will ruin your career. All you had to do was go to his parents' house, tell him the truth, tell his brother the truth, tell his close friends the truth. He would have been chilling. Especially with them still dating. Important to remember that fawning is a survival instinct is on, not just fight or flight. Ugh, man.
Maybe I handled this terribly wrong.
No, you didn't.
I'm wrong for asking for money.
This nigga's laughing. Oh my god, bomb him.
So, don't make like.
Did you say, and I'm wrong for asking for money? Hello?
I'm wrong for asking for money. Like, I handled this terribly wrong. And I'm wrong for asking for money. So, don't make like don't make terrible assumptions, you know. So yeah, that's all I want to.
Yeah, figure. A lot of people are asking me. I'm figuring it out. I'll figure it out, man. Yeah,
so
figure it out.
Instigate.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I won't be pressing charges. The only reason why I went to the police
Yeah, man.
is because I've been
Of a
victim of
past
this
issue.
before, like,
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't know.
Shut up, nigga. Oh my god. This nigga's voice pissed me off. Can we fucking bomb him? Shit. Oh my god, bro. Why is he so close? Like, why am I hearing every breath this nigga make? He's pissing me off. Pause him before the police part. Yo, I'm on to him. Oh my god, bro. During this live stream, Lee was asked questions about filming without consent. Here he tries to explain why he did what he did to me. What the fuck? He explains here and on a later stream that he had a previous relationship just as long as ours, and that sending news in that relationship was normal. Yeah, but that shit don't transfer, bro. Like, every relationship is different. That shit don't transfer. If you think, here's the thing, I will never bash niggas if, like, sending nudes is like a must-have for people. But if that's the thing, if that's a must-have and you meet someone and they're like, yeah, I don't do that shit, then you just leave that person. You just don't be with them. He says that she unfortunately passed away. Whoa. R.I.P. her, I guess. He frequently weaponized his late ex-girlfriend in an attempt to justify his non-sexual feeling. What? He... Brother! Is this nigga serious? Okay. 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 Nah, that's crazy. Holy shit. I can't imagine ever. Okay. During the stream, Lee was asked the question about filming without consent. Here he tries to explain why he did what he did to me. He explains here and on a later stream that he had a previous relationship just as long as ours, and that sending news in that relationship was normal. He says that she unfortunately passed away. He frequently weaponized his late ex-girlfriend in an attempt to justify his non-consensual filming. $158.36.
Just to talk about it briefly, I guess.
I have the transcript.
Wow,
up.
this is. I'm gonna say this like super like unemotionally, because like I know if I dwell on it quite a bit, I'll actually start like remembering a lot of things, and I will start fucking crying a fuck ton. I know that myself. Yeah, I used to have a long distance relationship with somebody. It was my longest relationship at the time, and since it was long distance, and it was actually initiated by me as well, but it was also like was it yeah, it was, yeah. And then it was honestly like very mutual, in terms of like this habit of like the photos and stuff like that, right? Yeah, unfortunately this person's not around anymore, so like I don't want to talk like too much on this issue and stuff, and this was like completely to like an external issue. I know if you've watched my community if you've been in my community for a long time, you guys will probably know I say like who I'm talking about and like what I'm talking about and stuff. So yeah, that's where like this sort of like ability to do this like derives from.
What?
So yeah. unfortunately, like I can't like I don't want to speak too much on it, I guess, but yeah, like yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. So that's the reason as to why like I don't want to. I don't. No, not Rena. Fuck no, not Rena. No, no. This person has passed away. Yeah.
What the fuck? That doesn't even add. That still doesn't justify anything. I was like, oh, I used to do it with my past partner. Yeah, I'm not your past partner. What, nigga? Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not your past partner. So, no. It's like, it's that simple. Yeah, I'm not her. So, I don't do that. It's that simple. Lee states towards the end of the live stream that I went out of my way to defend him. (203:26).
So what are we gonna stream tonight? I don't fucking know. But Ari's defending me too much though. She's like defending me too much to the point at which like she's like ruining her own reputation. It shouldn't be like this. It should just be like she should be the obvious like victim here in the situation. It shouldn't be like this.
Damn, nigga. Calm down on the keys. Shit.
Yeah, of course, like I'm thankful, of course, but like, yeah, I feel like I don't deserve it, but yeah, I don't know. So yeah, wow, what a messy situation, eh? What a messy situation, man.
Oh shit, Sherlock. Alright. We both ended our stream stating that we're still together and still working things out privately. I made sure to delete my VOD and all clips associated with it. Okay, now we're going on to the cheating shit. Did he inform the keyboard? Cheating at TwitchCon 2024. Since the start of my relationship with Lee, he would always mention how both of his recent exes had cheated on him. Dog. Okay. He went into detail about how it happened, why he felt so disrespected, and how he was financially abused by them. I had no reason to doubt him as he was my boyfriend at the time, and I just believed that he was extremely unlucky to have been cheated on both times. He was very vocal about how much he hated his exes before me, Mira. He told me they lived together and always mentioned the horrible things she had done to him that caused him to leave all his belongings behind in Canada and return back home to Australia. I later learned that all of these were lies and were projections of his own wrongdoings. I believe the relationship ended in early 2024 during the early half of my relationship. I could not understand why he was still interacting with Mira when she had supposedly cheated, financially abused him, and more. I was about to say, why does the name Mira sound familiar? Has Mira ever... I don't know if anyone in my chat has ever watched Schrodinger. But has Mira been in like Schrodinger's vids and shit before or nah? Anyway. Financially abused him and more. Again, none of this was true. As his current partner, I communicated many times that interacting with an ex was a deal breaker for me and that I had a hard time understanding why he would even want to keep interacting with them considering their past. He explained he was just a chill person who avoids confrontation for the sake of keeping peace, and that his audience would suspect something had happened between the two. He preferred to be uncomfortable and disrespectful to me instead of confronting her. Gross. They kept interacting through Twitch chat after we had this conversation, so I confronted him again. We came to an agreement that interacting with an ex that specifically wronged you in the past is disrespectful. He told me he would confront Mira with a message to cut ties with her. I suspected that this confrontation never occurred, but Lee banned Mira in his chat, so I stopped asking about her. Alright. Suddenly he's claiming of her owing 78,000 out of nowhere makes so much sense. I don't think he was claiming. I think he was just saying he owed 78,000, and Ari suspects that it couldn't really be her because if she's talking about the TwitchCon flight tickets, he told her that she doesn't have to pay him back. And then She suspects he's talking about that one roommate he had where he was tricked into paying his rent and the roommate's rent. So I think he was talking about that, but the way that he phrased it definitely did seem like he was talking about Ari owing him 78,000. Yeah. Yeah, like Gerard said. He was just saying that he was owed 78,000, not that she owes him 78,000. But I can get how that can be misconstrued with the way that he phrased it. The way he phrased it was really weird. Schrodinger, yep. From my perspective, if you were chill with an ex, and especially one that did you wrong, I would be extremely upset too. So right now, I realize I'm holding a double standard of indirectly inflicting a worry and pain on you by having this person around, and I'm going to call it. I will tell her right now in DMs, don't talk to me anymore. I ain't sure what your purpose is or why you're here, but low-key, I don't think it's chill for you to just come back into my life in any way, shape, or form. Lee told me that he would cut contact. He then bans Mira from his alt Twitch channel. Note this conversation was on September 10th, 2024, just 10 days before TwitchCon. Mira confirmed she never received this message. So he lied! He's a liar! Well, yeah, we know that. But, you know, it's like... It's like he's lying for no reason. Lee left Australia to attend TwitchCon 2024 between 20th September 2024 and 23rd September 2024 and heard that Mira would be attending as well. I had a gut feeling that he lied about the confrontation 10 days prior and asked him to try his best not to interact with her out of respect for me. I understood if some situations were unavoidable and that I just wished for him to communicate and update me throughout the day while he was overseas. Between the day he landed in the US and the first day of TwitchCon, he was communicative about what had occurred during that day. He then messaged me this. He brought his whole outfit, insane sounds fun. Also, I'm not sure if you're worried about stuff, but just in case, I met a lot of people today and a lot asked for some pictures together. Ellie Lee, for example, but there isn't anything but service level yapping like how's life. I haven't encountered my ex yet and I don't plan on interacting with them the entire con. I'm only gonna be with the boys. He states he doesn't plan on encountering Mira during the entire convention. After the 20th, messages and updates from him slowed. I started to get anxious, but I gave him space to enjoy his time. I had a gut feeling something was wrong. Okay. On 20th of September 2024, I saw Schrodinger Lee on Yuji. Is it Yuji or Yugi? Whatever. Yuji 2 times Twitch. I'm guessing this is Yuji 2 times. Unless it's Yuji 2x, but I feel like it's Yuji 2 times. Twitch stream as he had been invited to the OSCCS house party. The fuck? Mira and her streamers are so weird. What the fuck is it? What is OSCS? What is this? Is this like it's like a group type thing, kind of like the Clover Boys and OTK and all that shit? Mira and her friends were there, and when I saw this, I immediately messaged Lee to ask what his plans were for that night. He claims he was here for Santi. Fuck, I'm gonna just say Santi. Santi's podcast, which did happen, and that Mira being there was a complete coincidence. I crashed out hard and asked him to leave that house because I was uncomfortable. He convinced me that he really needed to stay because it would be disrespectful to Santi as he spent the entire night setting up. At the beginning of Santi's stream, he had filmed an intro that Schrodinger had to cancel at the last minute. I generally felt like an asshole for preventing him from joining that podcast, so I let him go. And within that time, Mira had left. Yep, just Googled it. It's a content house. Static, what's up, follow? So this is Schrodinger, Lee, Jade, Sunny, and Santi. I know who Sunny is. Motherfucker, turn your mic up? What? Where's my LXLR shit? What, you wanted to be like here? No, the game was at like 44. It could be at like 55. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be too loud though. I don't want to fucking blast your eardrums. There we go. No snooze. I'm gonna get through this part at least. The next day, Lee was invited to the same house party, to the same house for the phase party. Okay. That party was shut down early, and Sante suggested doing a podcast with Jason the Ween and Schrodinger Lee. I sent Lee a long apology for overreacting, making him step out of that house the night before. He accepted my apology and described the situation as a misunderstanding. He told me that Mira was at the phase party and had planned to leave soon. But how did he know about her whereabouts if he had been avoiding her like the plague, like he described? I didn't mind it too much because I didn't want to seem like a controlling girlfriend and told him not to worry about me and go have fun. Lee calls me 5 hours after I tell him that it's okay to go back to the OSCS house. Okay. In this phone call, he laid in his hotel bed and falsely told me that Mira had begged him to have a conversation with him before he left. He claims he just wanted to hear her out and then claimed she was crying and apologizing for how she treated him in their relationship. He then told her that he never wanted to see her again. None of this is fucking true. Lee reassured me that I had nothing to worry about and that he missed me. He kept telling me how much he wanted to go back home to stream and see me. The day he returned to Australia, I picked him up at the airport. When I saw him, he kissed me and told me he missed me. He had a medical issue on the flight, and I ended up going to the emergency room with him and stayed by his side for another 4 hours. During this time, he had told me nothing much had happened at TwitchCon and that everything was over. I had a gut feeling something was wrong, but I had no reason to doubt him as I stopped seeing Mira around. Dog, that's like, oh my god, bro, this is bad. On the 18th of May 2025, almost a year after, I was put into a group call in Discord with Fishy Chair and Kaimi. This was the day I found out the truth about what had truly happened at TwitchCon 2024 and the lies Lee spread about other people. Sometime in July 2024, Lee announced in Fishy Chair's house that his ex Mira had cheated on him with Kaimi. This later proved to be completely false. He also claimed his ex-girlfriend before Mira cheated on him too. Fishy Chair, Levidary, and Perk Gripper 223. Fucking Perk Gripper 223 can confirm that this conversation occurred. Shout out to Perk Gripper 223. In this group call, Fishy Chair asked Kaimi if what Lee said was true, and Kaimi was in utter disbelief that a person he thought was his friend had spread such a lie. Fishy Chair then added me to the call and asked me to vouch for what Fishy Chair had told him. I used this opportunity to ask about TwitchCon 2024 as I knew Lee was hanging out with Kaimi during the trip. Kaimi added Mira to the call and she explained that the story Lee told me was completely fabricated and that he made several attempts to approach her. He even contacted her to ask about her whereabouts with the intention to meet. Boo this nigga! Boo this nigga! Boo this nigga! Dog! DM history between Mira and Lee during TwitchCon 2024. Everything Mira told me in the group call is recounted in this clip from a stream recently. Note that the phase party was on the 21st. The messages here say 22nd because it passed midnight. You're not staying at the OCSS house? Wait a minute. They called? You're not staying at the OSCS house. Question mark, what you gonna do? Leave soon, I think. You want to Smirks Airbnb? I'll drop by Faye's house and say hi to Jason. Here's a clip.
What?
Is
Yeah.
that
Holy shit, it's the call. We can just hear the call. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad before this shit happens mid-call. I'm gonna run the ad, I'll be back. I didn't think I'll be able to hear the fucking call. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna go into BRB and let this shit play. Alright, we're back. We're going to now fucking, watch the call itself that transpired between you know, Mira, Ari, who else is here? Shit, other people. I think Kaimi might be in there. Kami. Make sure the homies made it home from the bar. Just got home myself. Sorry I'm late. Yo, don't worry about it. Thank you for the 23 months. This shit crazy. Almost 2 years. Oh my god. Almost 2 years. All right. Let's see what this call has to offer.
Oh, the TwitchCon part? Okay, so he had told me that he will never he will try his best to not interact.
Lol,
with me
sorry,
because
yeah.
it's disrespectful to me. That's what he said.
Mm.
And then during the times that we did talk, he told me that I saw Mira like in the convention and stuff. Like as soon as I saw her, I walked out of the room. Blah blah blah. And then he told me that at the OSCS party that he got invited to a podcast with Santi and that he had no idea you were there.
I'm sorry, this nigga breathes hard as shit, don't he? That nigga breathing hard as fuck. Jesus Christ, man. Alright, my bad.
And
Mm.
he told me afterwards that when he came back to the hotel after he left the house party, that you had begged him to talk to him in private and that he allowed you to talk to him. And he said that you were sobbing and crying, apologizing for what you did to him in the past. And he had responded to you by saying, I don't want to speak to you ever again. And that was it.
Nah, this mirror bitch sounds so emotional. What the fuck is wrong with her? Anyways, no. Okay, I'm sorry. No, okay. The first interaction I had with him at that TwitchCon was when we were at the riot party. I had my back to him, okay? I was like not looking. And then, you know, the girlies that I was with, they were like, oh, yo, like, Kami just came in with Lee. And I was like, okay, right? And Kami comes up and he says hi and he brings along that guy, right? And then he's like saying hi to everyone. He was saying hi to Violet and Casey and whatever. And then he taps me on the shoulder because I had my back face to them. And he was like, well, hello to you too. I remember that so vividly.
He's such a liar, bro.
Because I was like, why the fuck are you talking to me? But then, anyway, so he does that, and then the whole entire night, I was just really trying to get away. Like, because
It was the exact opposite.
who was like following us. So then, it was really bad that I was just going and like meeting random people because I needed to get away from there. But then, at one point, he's like, because we got these drink tickets from Riot, and then he's like, yo, can you get me a drink? And I was like, what? Like, get your own drink? And he's like, nah, like, the bartenders are responding to the woman better, like, I need you to get me one, or something like that. And I was like, okay. I'm like, so I go to the bar. And
Wasn't he with Wasn't he with a girl though? Wasn't he with like? Didn't he see like Lel and or Ellie Lee or whatever the fuck? Oh yeah, her. This person went in the thumbnail actually. Was she with like Lee or some shit? Like why didn't he? Like I don't get it. Like why is he going like? Obviously, it's clear that Schrodinger, with the way that his content works, he's around women a lot. Which is like, it's not exactly wrong with that. But it's like when you're at a TwitchCon event, right? And most of your homies appear to be like women, even though you tell your girlfriend you're gonna be with the boys. Why are you going to your ex out of all the women that you know to get you a drink? You know what I mean? Like there wasn't any other women around that you knew that you could be like, hey yo, can you do me a favor and give me a drink? Because they're kind of ignoring me and they seem to respond to women better. That's cool.
Thinking that he was not gonna come with me, like I was just gonna go and get one, right? And then, but he follows me to the bar and then he's like, nah, so like Ari's just crazy. I was like,
what? What? He said what?
Nah, so like Ari's just crazy. I was like, Ari's just crazy. I was like, what? Crazy. I was like,
You can't make this shit up! He's literally holy shit.
StaticTokyo senpai?
Rika! Yo, what's up? How was stream? What'd you do? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Round of applause, big explosion. You know how it is. Ugh. I played an RPG horror game called Paper Lily. Word. I'm supposed to follow you months ago. You know, so okay, right now we're reviewing Schrodinger's Lee document made by Ari. And it's literally, at first I thought it was gonna be like, yeah, he cheated, and then you know he took. Chat could probably give you a better recap than I can right now because my brain is still trying to fucking wrap my head around it. But he cheated, which we're going over now. That we're going over the cheating part now. Before this though, we went over that Schrodinger Lee would take videos and pictures of his girlfriend at the time, Aria, performing intimate actions without her consent. And now we're learning way more. So this nigga's weird. This nigga's ick, dude.
what? Right? And
I'm gonna rewind.
I was like, what? Like, get your own drink. And he's like, now, like, the bartenders are responding to the woman better. Like, I need you to get me one or something like that. And I was like, okay. I'm like, so I go to the bar, completely thinking that he was not gonna come with me. Like, I was just gonna go and get one, right? And then, but he follows me to the bar, and then he's like, nah, so like, Ari's just crazy. I was like, what? And then he's like, yeah, like she just gets really jealous and just like, she just isn't like you.
When did I have a person named Post-Nut Clarity Counselor following me? When did that happen? Thank you for the 5 gifted, though. I appreciate it. It's so. Dog, here's my thing. So the cheating thing happened before taking pictures, right? The picture thing. So she cheated. He cheated on her. She then finds out this way. This is how she finds out, I'm guessing. And she still decides to stay with him after this. And then the picture thing happens, and then she tries her best to stay with him after that. And I'm guessing after all the lies and all that shit came out, that's where she was like, oh, hell nah, bro. Well, also on top of, like, you know, misinformation being spread and her family being involved, all that shit, you know. Like, dude.
And I was like, why the heck are you talking to me about Ari? Like, and in my head, I'm like, why are you talking to me, your ex, about your current girlfriend? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, you know? And he's like, yeah, she just isn't like you. And I was like, okay, good for you.
So this was just like,
What? Dog, I would break up right then and there if my girl ever said to her ex, yeah, he just isn't like you. Like, in the sense of, like, the ex is better than me somehow. You know what I mean? Blow up the man's computer. That's what I'm saying. Pipe bomb, straight to his crib. Yes, sir. I almost said Discord. I'm so used to being a VC. Twitch, this is a joke. This is not a real threat. It's all jokes. Don't harass anyone that we're talking about, obviously. Good sprite. Anyway, I'm gonna continue.
Out of the blue?
Yeah, no, like literally randomly. And then, so I was like, you know what? Like, if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna press him, right? And I was like, so why'd you ban me in Rat Dude? Because he banned me in that stream. And he goes, oh, like, no, see, like, that was Ari. Like, Ari went on my PC while you were asleep and she banned you. Like, I asked her why and, like, you know, like,
Whoa, oh my god, he lied and said that Ari banned her. Nigga, brother. Oh my god. Not only are you lying, you're lying on your current girlfriend. Dude, if I ever lied to my girlfriend, she would kill me, dude. Oh my god. I couldn't imagine.
Dickhead.
Yo, Alpha, what's up? Yeah, if I ever lied on Debbie, she would kill me.
I meant to unban you, but it was Ari, and I was like, okay.
This nigga. Yo, bro. Bro, try hard not to laugh. My mom's kind of homeless. Ass face.
And then so then after the ride party, we went to a I think it was at a party at the OSCS house, but I think I don't remember if he was in the Uber with us, but he went out. He went outside with us, like outside of the ride party, and then he goes into the Uber, and then we go to this party, and then he disappears. Okay, which I don't even care about. Okay, like, cause oh my god, that night was just traumatizing for me. So then we go to that party, and then I think he came back after for Santi or something like that, like a podcast, and then that was that, right? And I think I just left. I think he called me asking if I was still there or whatever, and then we went to another party like the next day, and then that was the one where I stayed behind to like help clean up and whatever, and then he had canceled. Like, this was the night that apparently I was on my knees begging him and crying for forgiveness, by the way, which just didn't happen. And then so I was talking with somebody, so then I was staying behind, but then like Violet and Casey and people went somewhere else, right? And then this guy Lee stays behind to, like, I don't know what he was doing. He was just fucking following me around, and I was like, okay, like, what does this guy want? He canceled 6 Ubers so that he could stay behind and like talk to me, because he was so adamant on being able to talk to me, but I was
What the fuck is wrong with him? Not only is he trying to talk to his ex doesn't want to talk to him. She's actively being like, nigga, like she's showing signs of like, brother, I don't want to talk to you. Like, why are you? Yeah, I think you gotta pay a fee if you cancel. Even though I've never rode Uber, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure if like you have an Uber, it is scheduled, and you cancel it, you'll have to pay a fee because you're taking time away from the person driving. Urban, we're talking about Schrodinger Lee. We've been reading this document. We're only like not even halfway through it. A little under halfway.
preoccupied with talking to like someone else. And then so he's like canceling, I think he canceled like 6 Ubers. He was waiting for me while I was like literally sitting down on the ground talking to someone. And then we get in, and then at that point I was like, oh nah, like free Uber, like I'll just take that shit. So then I get into this Uber with him, and we're sitting like obviously like on opposite sides of the car. And then he goes and he's just talking to me about Ari. He's like, oh yeah, like the reason why I disappeared yesterday before I came back was because like I actually broke up with Ari. Like she broke up with me. Like she went.
What? The thing is, we see the screenshots and that didn't happen at all. Like like, here's the thing about lying, right? Here's the thing about lying. The hard part about lying, right, is that if you're lying on another person, you need to be 100% certain that those two people will never collide. You know what I mean? Because you're lying on Mira, or you're lying about Mira to your girlfriend. You're lying on your girlfriend to Mira, knowing that they can both easily hit each other up. And on top of that, the lies you're saying are too big of a lie. Like, he has to be a pathological liar, because pathological liars aren't good at lying. They just lie a lot. And then on top of that, you're doing this to, one, a girl that loves you enough to, one, forgive that you did all this as she's hearing it. Forgive that you did all this. Stick with you. Get one of her boundaries crossed. Still stay with you. And then try to defend you when you fucked up by keeping your mouth going. And you wanted to chase your ex that doesn't want you. I don't get it. Like, what's the play? Like, what are we lying for? Like, what is there to gain? Nothing. You bro think he has that much riz? Bro, this fucking Valorant's fault. I blame Riot Games. I blame Riot Games Valorant dev team specifically.
Crazy.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah.
Riot, don't take it personally, please. Unlock my account again if you can. I want all my skins and shit back. It's StaticTokyo #snake. If you need the tag.
He was like, yeah.
I did not know that. We did not break up. That is crazy.
Okay.
No, he told me that you guys broke up, and then he was like, yeah.
Jesus! Dog.
Oh my god, that is crazy.
Okay.
No, he told me that you guys broke up, and then he was like, yeah, he was really angry because she was really angry because she saw that you and I were on like in the background of a stream, and I was like, huh, like I don't remember that happening because nowhere in that, like, you know. And then he's like yeah, like we broke up, and then he shows me your text messages, right, like you, like Ari and Lee's text messages, and he's like, yeah, like, see, this is her, like, crashing out on me kind of thing. And then there was, like, a huge... I was, like, not reading it. I was like, okay, like, I don't know, like, am I your fucking therapist? Like, why are you showing me? And then he's, like, showing me all these texts. He's like, yeah, so, like, we broke up, and, like... But, like, you know, like, this morning she, like, apologized. So, like, I don't know if I'm gonna get back together with her, though. Or something like that. And I was like, okay. And then...
I know what the play was here. He was saying all that shit just in hopes that like, Miru would get interested. Because he was seeing that Mira was not interested before, and he was like, maybe it's because Ari's with me, so let me say Ari isn't with me and see how she reacts. And she didn't take the bait because she's not interested in you, regardless.
Right before we get to my hotel, he was saying stuff like, oh, like, yeah, like, are you gonna go to, like, TwitchCon next year or something like that? I was like, I don't know. He's like, well, will I see you next year? I was like, I don't fucking know. And then he's like, why did we break up in the first place?
Dick nigga, oh nah, bro. Yo, yeah, bro wants her so bad, but why? Why? I'm probably gonna have to make a video because this nigga is wild, dude. I might insert clips from the stream in the video.
And I almost jumped out the car. I was like, oh, you are not asking me that. And I was like, oh, like, I literally looked at him and I was like, you know why we broke up. What are you talking about? And then he's like, no, like, and then it was just, and he's like, yeah, like, when I got to the hotel, he's like, yeah, will I see you next year? Like, whatever. And I was like, bro.
Will I see you next year? Wow. No.
That's tough. I can't lie.
But yeah.
No, Lee snapped. What the fuck?
No, but apparently I was on my knees begging for him to forgive me.
So did that happen?
No!
Nah,
That's
sick.
crazy. Wait, that's crazy. That is
No,
actually
because I kid you not,
crazy.
everything that I said now, I have 3 people that can vouch for me. Like,
Okay.
oh my god. Like oh my god, it's crazy. And I was like, oh. And then like what? Like flash forward like a year after that, and then I'm getting put into a call, and I was like, no, Kami's like, you have to add Ari. I was like, what? Like, I'm so scared. And then I get told that I was in a 2-week relationship that I didn't know about, but
What?
What?
That's
Oh my god.
crazy.
Wow. So he went as far as to say that. Well, he'd broken up with Ari.
Yeah.
yeah.
Is this new information to
Yeah.
you? Ari?
Yeah, I had no idea he said that to her.
So and he's claiming that he feels like he hasn't even cheated when he knows
He
that in
said
fact,
he said that he had no intention of on getting back with me or that he had no intention to cheat on me, but he just
He had full intention to cheat on you.
straight up lied about it.
The only saving grace here was Mira. Am I saying her name right? It's Mira, right? Yeah, Mira. The only saving grace here was Mira. Because if Mira was with that shit, would have been raps.
That is insane.
I mean, he literally asked me, why did we break up? How is that not okay?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I feel like that's just like very implicative to of like, you know, wanting to like reconnect with an ex. It's not just reconnecting. It's you know.
nah.
Bro was trying to fuck. Let's be honest here. That's exactly what was going on. Freaky ass nigga.
Nah, but I was on my knees begging, guys.
If Mira wanted to cheat, he
Hold on. I need to get rid of this Nightbot. My advanced GG code doesn't work. Don't use it. I'm not with them no more.
cheat. If Mira wanted, he would cheat that night though. Yeah, well that's what it kind of
Ew.
seems like. No, as in
Oh,
yeah, like
sorry.
if that were on the table. Yeah.
Right.
That's what it
No,
seems
wait,
like.
wait. Let me read the DMs. He said, okay, so when I saw Lee on Yugi's stream with Kami, V Kim, and then I saw Mira came later with other girls, I messaged him on Discord and I was like, I can't watch his Yugi stream no more. And then Lee's like, oh, I'm here for Santi's podcast. So he had not, like, he didn't tell me anything about this until when I found out through Yugi's stream that he was there. And then he goes, I'm here for Santi's podcast. It starts in an hour. I'm not talking to her. Right? And I said, it's all good, bro. It's just work, not blaming you for it. What can you do? You guys in the same content space. But being completely honest, I don't want to deal with that. I'm not the type of person to let that slide. Because, like, he didn't tell me anything about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I can leave. So he left the house to call me. And I think that's what you're referring to, Mira, when you said that he left for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Santi on his stream, pre-recorded an intro saying, oh, I was going to have a special guest Schrodinger, but he said something came up and couldn't do it. And that was because he had told Santi that he had to leave because he had to talk to someone and he was talking to me, right? And in that phone call, he said that he feels terrible that Santi had made a spot for him specifically for this podcast and that I'm stopping him from going. And that he needs to go back into the house where you were, even if it makes me uncomfortable, to do this podcast. So I let him go. So he went back and he did that podcast, right?
Okay.
And then he sends me a screenshot of Santi inviting him to do the podcast at the Airbnb, right? And then he goes, I legit wasn't aware that Mira was going to be there. He just told me to come for his podcast. I got
This
jump
nigga
scared.
is
I'm gonna
hard
leave now,
teasing, bro.
right?
Uh-huh.
And then he goes, bro, I thought Mira was going to be at Nightmare with her
Really?
friends, but apparently
Honestly?
they were here now because her
What
friend
the fuck is
Kaichi
a
got
Nightmare?
denied. Like a club or something. That's what he said. Wait, I can just show the DMs. Hold on. Entire screen. Do you guys see this?
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. So I legit wasn't aware she was gonna be here. He told me to come for his podcast. I got jump scared. I'll leave now. I said I'm maybe just being a fucking parasocial at this point. It was so obvious to me, and I know nothing. This is so embarrassing for me, bro. Like it's so obvious that like Mira was gonna be there. And then he's like, I thought she was gonna be at like the club with her friends, but apparently they are here now, like at the OCS house where the podcast was being held, because Kaichi was under 21 and they got kicked out. And then he goes, I'm gonna leave. And then this is where we talked, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said sorry, because I'm a
Can I turn the fucking quality is so fucking low? Hold on. There we go.
fucking idiot and I was clueless, right?
Yeah.
And then
This nigga is trolling, bro. This I can't even be mad at him because I would do some dumb shit like that.
I'm just so scary. I'm jump scaring people.
Oh yeah, so this is the party that you were talking about, Mira, the one after. He goes, Santi really wants me to come back to the Faye's house and invite Sage Mommy. And then he said,
Y'all remember Sage Mommy? I remember watching her shit on TikTok a lot back when I would actually use TikTok. This was before I was even like a VTuber for real though.
Mira is there, she's leaving soon though.
What happened to
I was
her?
like, oh, okay.
Or them? Whatever the fuck.
Like
What
I'm not
happened?
uncomfortable anymore, you can go.
They still do shit?
And then he goes, I'm gonna go say hi to Jason, then head back to Smoke and Hammy's Airbnb.
I can't do
And
this
then
shit. I
he
actually can't do
calls
this
me.
shit.
To say, this is what he told me.
Right, let me look in.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. That day he called me and he said, "You not staying at the OSCS house? What you gonna do?" I said, "I'm leaving soon." He said, "You going to Smirk's Airbnb? I'll drop by FaZe's house and say hi to Jason." He was asking me if I was gonna go to Smirk's house.
Yeah, I
which
know.
is where Violet and like Casey and people went to after.
This is literally it, nerd.
Wow.
This is proof that he was trying to
Oh,
this is
wow.
literally proof that
Wait, let's look at the time. 6:24. Let me go back. Oh my god, he has like fucking military time. What is 1811? Kirby! I don't want to do math, man. Well, actually, I can just deduce from the second digit. 6 p.m. Okay, cool. 6 p.m. 8:11, 8:49. Gonna go say hi to Jason. So like, let's just say roughly like 10 minutes after. I didn't want to do math, bro. Fucking head hurts from all this lying shit.
This is literally it, nerd.
Wow.
This is proof that he was trying to
Oh,
this
wow.
is literally proof that he was trying to find you and where you were trying to actively meet up with you. I already knew this, bro. But
Yeah, I
he
was like,
still
what?
denied that he still denied that he tried to talk to you multiple times.
Gross.
Every
Wait,
time I
AM
confronted him
by?
about the cheating, he said,
Is it?
no, all I did
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, it's 6. That's 6.
was reconnect with my ex. All I did was have a conversation with her, and I told her that I never want to see her ever again. He's been saying
Oh my
that for so
God.
long.
No, that like completely is a lie because everything I told you, and especially
So-
with like how he was in like trying to interact with me, you should have seen. Like I was literally getting like traumatized. I was like, oh my god, like I need this guy to leave me alone, or else I might go through a mental breakdown, you know. And then all my friends were like, yeah, like if like from everything that we've seen, it seems like he's like trying to like slide in, like you
In
know.
fact, he texted Mira more than he texted Ari. If you would look at the time, his time was way more spread out between 6 than it was with Ari. I mean, than it was with Mira.
What I mean? I
You
was
trying
like,
to
bro,
slide
like,
for it for show? What the fuck?
yeah.
Is the OC streaming community? Oh nah, just Schrodinger Lee, to be honest.
No, I think he showed me that, Ari. That
This-
huge, like I just remember it was like a huge paragraph. I don't know what it said.
What the fuck? That's crazy. He showed you this. I was saying sorry for something that didn't even happen. I was saying sorry based on a lie. That's crazy.
Wait, so he and he came back to Sydney after
The
going
next
through all
day, yes,
saying, "I
after
missed you."
all of this, after all this,
Said I missed you, kissing, suck your face. Went to the hospital with bro, spent 4 hours with the nigga just for this nigga to be lying on your ass. Oh, okay. I guess this is like a TLDR of like what happened. Okay, so this call took place 8 months after TwitchCon of 2024. I finally intriguedly lied about me to others to appear single, intentionally tried to meet with Mira without my knowledge, and went as far as sharing my personal DMs to badmouth me, all while we were still together. He had lied to me for 8 months straight, claiming that nothing happened. After learning Lee had emotionally cheated on me, I confronted him in my house on the 19th of May 2025, and he started crying while admitting to everything mentioned above. When I confronted him, he couldn't give me a coherent story as he kept agreeing with me and then proceeded to deny the claims when asked again. When I asked him why he lied to me, he would give me strange answers as I didn't think I liked you that much. What? And we were fighting at the time. After he apologized for cheating on me, the conversation shifted to him being a terrible person that he doesn't deserve me. This is a common manipulation technique, by the way, where when a person does something bad, they'll immediately go to the, oh, I'm such a bad person. And it's like, nigga, you just did something fucked up. Like, they're trying to gain sympathy by over exaggerating, I guess, in a way, the whole thing, to then make the person that is trying to speak to them about what they did wrong, they're trying to make that person, like, you know, console them. Basically flip it. They're just trying to flip it to where they end up getting comfort instead of, you know, facing accountability for their actions. He kept beating himself up, saying how he promised to never lie again because he grew up lying to his parents and then he was disappointed in himself. I generally felt bad for him. I wanted to see him do better, so I spent the rest of that day comforting him and reassuring him despite the original conversation being about me getting cheated on. Yeah, we distanced ourselves from each other for a few days because I needed some time to process everything. We went up for a lunch a few days later. I decided to give Lee another chance. See? Like, I think literally like, it's so fucked up because anybody that's a good person, they would see that and be like, okay, I got another chance. Let's not fuck this up. Let's tighten up and do what I gotta do. You know what I mean? Whereas low-key people most people that go out and do this shit, right? They don't see this as like, okay, she gave me another chance, let's not fuck up. They see this as, I got away with it. You know what I mean? They see it as, oh, I got away with it, cool, we're good. Because their behavior doesn't change, you know what I mean? They'll just lie again. They'll just see it as, oh, I got away with it, dope. Rather than, okay, I fucked up, let's not fuck up again. Alright, so between the day he cheated on me on the 22nd of September 2024 and the day I found out 8 months later, he was never truthful about what had happened at TwitchCon 2024 and kept his information from me because it would hurt me. I felt inclined to give this relationship another chance despite what had happened because during these 8 months, I saw a lot of positive change in other aspects of the relationship that made me believe that Lee could become a better person. I was fucking wrong. In that time, I have never spoken about the cheating occurring in our relationship because I believe private relationships issues should remain private. And also because I decided to continue dating him. There's absolutely zero information on our relationship until the LSF post went up. Yep. Fast forward to the 31st of October 2025 when Lee began to comment on the LSF post on stream, referring to this VOD again. He was asked many questions about the cheating and decided to speak on it at 2:04:37 of the VOD. He says, did we read this? Okay, I feel like this expands more on it. 2:04:37.
Yeah. Looking at people, the situation that with last year, I'll just come out and say it.
All
Last year, my ex was at TwitchCon. Okay, I didn't go, but I did go. And before I went to TwitchCon, it was very, very heavily stated from Ari to not communicate with this person. But with going to TwitchCon and with going to events at TwitchCon, whether it be like, you know, parties and stuff like that, there's inevitabilities that you will run into people, you know? So I ran into like this person, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. First 3 times, I respected Ari's decision to walk away.
Which is a lie.
And immediately leave within the moment. So I'd get ready.
Lie.
I'll go to the venue. I'd see this person there. I would immediately leave.
Lie.
This is really honestly what happened.
No, it's not.
On the 4th instance,
what the fuck?
I couldn't help it. I just fucking like, I hated how this feeling was where I had to avoid everything in the room because I'm not really the type of person to avoid conflict. So I'll talk to the
which is also a lie because he literally stated to Ari before in the past when she asked why did he even still talk to Mira, was that he he likes to avoid confrontation to keep the peace. Remember when it said that in the document? Because I do. So he's lying.
And even though like emotionally, it wasn't there to like get back together, because honestly, that relationship ended like hellhole as well. The fact that I broke that trust to even
Wasn't
talk
there to like
someone
get back together? Lie.
is, in my eyes, considered cheating. So I know a lot of people see the statement cheated and think it's like something physical. And a lot of people are trying to argue with me, saying like this is not cheating at all. Like, but like I think breaking your partner's trust is cheating, especially if you talked about it. So I consider it cheating, and she considers it cheating as well. So yeah, that's why we say cheated. But like there wasn't anything like emotional or physical with it.
There wasn't anything like emotional or physical. There was nothing physical, that's for sure. I didn't even want to touch your ass.
You guys can have your opinion on that as you will. A lot of people are calling me fucking spineless and not standing up for myself and saying that like that's obviously like not what my intention was. But yeah.
But it was your intention. Lied again. Like what the fuck? He continues to say that the friends and family he consulted about the cheating called him brainwashed for thinking that he did. He completely rewrote the narrative to absolve himself of wrongdoing by framing the encounter with his ex's unavoidable coincidences. Shit. He makes up a lie saying that his family thought he did nothing wrong. They were clueless the entire time and that he disagreed and called himself a cheater. This was performative accountability, as he completely minimized his actions and controlled the severity of the situation whilst attempting to appear honest. This was not accountability, but rather a preemptive damage control. I found it very disingenuous that even 6 months after admitting to it and apologizing for what he had done to me, he lied to his audience when they should not have had access to this kind of information in the first place. As of January 9th, 2026, I have been informed that Mira and Lee ended their relationship on April 6, 2024. Lee and I began interacting in March 2024 and flirted with me while still in a relationship with Mira. Fuck, dude. We started dating 12 days after their breakup. I had no idea he was in a relationship at the time. He clearly said he was single during the times we talked. Boo this nigga. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay. When you stop renting, what's next? I buy. My bad, bro. Didn't know you were balling like that. LMFAO. Schrodinger. Yes, ma'am. Same area. Ari. I'm just loaded like that. Yes. Schrodinger. Damn, you got it all. Rich, pretty, no cat, though. Aria. I want to crush its skull. It's so cute. Schrodinger. Oh my god, I didn't want to say it. Aria. Cat emoji. Or like cat sticker or whatever. Schrodinger, you said it for me. You sort of are like making me a little Ari, just a bit. Schrodinger, I'm not as pretty as you though, but Ari, ahaha. This is fucking cringe. This is the worst part. Schrodinger. Oh, also, the thought sort of came into my mind during today. I'm gonna be blunt for real, just in case. But are you in a relationship? Aria, no, LMAO. Schrodinger, oh my god, haha. Dude, during stream today, I forgot what question it was. But in my head, I realized you could have been in one, and I might have been treading on something. This nigga. We're like halfway through it, like, I guess. In sense of, like, tabs. Abrupt narrative shifts, pattern of dishonesty and damage control. We were still dating, trying to make our relationship work until I broke up with him on the 4th of January 2026. During this time, our relationship was extremely toxic and turbulent. We would often block each other and then go on dates as if nothing happened. It was during this time Lee would show clear signs of sociopathy? Is that how you say that word? This nigga really was projecting though. Like, this is like textbook projection. It's like every action he did, he put it onto another person, and it's to the point where it's like, do you think he thinks he's lying, or do you think he's fully convinced himself? On the 1st of November 2025, a day after Lee reacted to the LSF post on stream, Lee called me distressed. He was upset over the amount of DMs he had received regarding the situation the past few days. He told me that his favorite video editor no longer wants to work for him due to his recent controversy. He explains that his editor was the reason for his YouTube success and that he felt hopeless after losing him. He began to cry, talking about how he had lost his career and there's nothing he could do. I tried to comfort him by saying that it's just Reddit, that people would soon forget, especially because the Minskiv drama was all over the internet during this time. Even though I stayed in that call to comfort him, he started to accuse me of ruining his career and that the situation didn't have to turn out like this. I was confused because he agreed to not publicize it, yet he did so to show that he was taking accountability. I was taken aback by his change in attitude, especially when he acted remorseful and righteous on stream just like the day before. I brushed it off thinking he was just really upset about the negative attention he was receiving and continued to comfort him. He stated that he didn't know if this relationship was good for him because his family hated me for ruining his career and for taking everything from him. He told me that even though his family hated my guts, he was scared to break up with me because I'd switch up on him and ruin his career further. I was hurt hearing this because I never had the intention of ruining his career and didn't do anything to warrant that worry. I even went as far as to defend him. During this call, he made several unpleasant comments, but I tried to de-escalate the situation, and he eventually calmed down. He wished to distance himself from me and cut off all his friends, and I begged him not to isolate himself out of the worry for him. He left the call to cool down and play Arc Raiders, promising to message me when he felt better. And then Ari's over here trying to send cats and shit. Cheer him up. I'm zooming in to see if I can read this. He said, let me know when you're awake, dear. I'm in the VC with some mates for Arc Raiders. Sorry, I'm gaming so hard. Oh, woo. Fucking E-daters, man. This was me spamming cat images and it said to make him feel better. He messaged me later to apologize for playing Arc Raiders for too long, but I was happy that he was able to spend time with friends to distract himself from what had happened. For another 2 days, Lee decided not to stream to spend time with me. We were still together. On November 12, 2025, 11 days after his crash out call where he accused me of ruining his career, I brought up what he said in the call, asking him if he still felt that way about me, whether he felt trapped in this relationship due to his fear of me possibly ruining his life if he were to break up with me. He couldn't really answer my question and stay silent, so I expressed that it was extremely hurt when he claimed I ruined his career and that I'm staying in this relationship to take more from him until he had nothing left to give. I remember his silence and reluctance to communicate angered me. I aggressively asked him how many actions the past few days could be interpreted as wanting to ruin his life, that it made no sense for me to go out of my way to defend him, and stayed on call to comfort him while he repeatedly berated me. I told him that if I truly wished to ruin his career, a Google Doc would already exist. I started crying, saying that if I wanted to ruin his career, we would not be talking as of this moment. He started arguing back, claiming that I forced him to admit his wrongdoings on stream and that I threatened to expose him myself. I didn't understand how he came to that conclusion when this was absolutely not true. I tried to remind him of the agreement that we had the night before his confession. He profusely denied that this agreement even occurred. What the like, it's getting to the point where I'm like, this nigga is like not okay in his head. It's like he'll come up with a lie, or like he'll do something wrong, and then his brain manufactures something to make it anyone else's fault. Oh, you told me to admit my wrongdoings on stream. Yeah, the day before you did that, dickhead, I told you not to. No, you didn't. Nigga, yes I did. Like, what are we talking about? Hello? I believe this is the day Lee started changing the narrative with the aim of damage control and redirecting blame. Oh my fucking god, man. Oh, these people, bro. I also vividly remember asking him to remove the girlfriend content featuring me on his YouTube because it was public knowledge that he SA'd me and that I was uncomfortable with people asking about us. He immediately shut down my request by saying he owned the rights to these videos because he paid editors and spent time making the content. He refused to take them down and said it couldn't be helped that I felt uncomfortable because he had full ownership of his content. Nah, she can take your shit down. she could easily take your shit down, actually. It's actually not that hard. Take your shit down. Towards the end of the argument, I asked Lee to express his thoughts because I cared about how he felt. He was still my boyfriend at this time, and I had chosen to continue this relationship. He wasn't able to communicate even while I was silently waiting, and eventually the silence frustrated me and I left the call. Okay. I had to zoom in so I'm able to see this. And just tell me instead of letting me leave, because I don't know what you want. I feel extremely unwanted and uncomfortable in that silence. If that's true, then I'll just go. You're still welcome. But you also don't want me to assume. I want to start streaming, unfortunately. Sorry, it's a horrible time, but it will eat away at me if I talk now. Are you serious? This nigga wants to go fucking stream? I want to stream right now. Dog. Devi, are you here? I want to know if Devi's here still. Devi, if we got in a heated argument, right? And I just go quiet on you and you leave call because you're upset. And I tell you, I'm gonna go stream. How on a scale of 1 to beating my ass, where are you at? Dude, what type of shit is that? Schrodinger says I won't be able to talk to you properly. Ari, you want to stream now instead of putting this conversation to rest? Is that what you really want, Schrodinger? I don't think this conversation can be put to rest in a matter of hours. It could if you fucking talk, nigga. I asked him to put his thoughts into a message when he felt ready because I knew communication was hard for him. I told him I still wanted to sit and call with him and just talk about other things. He then tells me that he wants to start his live stream instead of finishing the conversation. His excuse for running away... Big yawn, holy shit. His excuse for running away was that he wouldn't be able to talk to me properly. He had a habit of leaving mid-conversations to go stream, especially when the conversation was about his actions upsetting me. Running away mid-conversation and hoping I forget was something that Lee did constantly throughout a 2-year relationship. Eventually, it became a deal breaker for me, so I decided to break up with him. Fucking good for you, dude. This was the message I sent him to end the relationship. Right. So I can't be with someone who constantly leaves at sensitive times to go stream and completely neglect the situation at hand. If doing that makes you relieved and happy, then I'm happy for you. But I don't want to have to wait hours for my partner who left mid-conversation while I'm stuck with all the unresolved anxiety. This happened many times before, so now I really know it's just how you cope. Instead of trying to change that, I should just look for someone who doesn't do these things. Sorry for trying to make you do things in this relationship that you never wanted in the first place. I demanded a lot of attention and time away from streaming. I try really hard to get over it this time. I hope you can continue to build your career without this relationship dragging you down. And then the reason that she didn't pick up is because she immediately opened her OBS because they plan on, stream Column on, which they've been grinding with their viewers for the past few days. And, when you open OBS, it puts your Discord in streamer mode. So. Holy moly! Hello calls! About 10 minutes into my come on my stream on my alt channel, I noticed that I missed Lee's call and tried to call him back to find out I had been blocked. I tried calling his phone 30 times to try and get a hold of him because I knew it wasn't a good time to cut contact, knowing that he harbored a lot of resentment towards me over a misunderstanding, referring to how as of November 2025 he believed that I was responsible for ruining his career. Me immediately calling him 30 times and receiving no response. After calling, I concluded that he blocked my number and then went on to check every social media to see that I had been blocked on those too. Within 10 minutes of me missing that call on Discord, he had blocked me on everything. I had no way to contact him. Hydrate, thank you. People in my chat asked me if I was okay because I have AFK'd for about 15 minutes while trying to get in contact with Lee. That chat started asking questions about past claims Lee made about our situation. I was shocked to see so many misinformed opinions, and I was baffled at some of the questions being asked because I never processed how far-fetched Lee's claims were from the truth. Between the time I went live to defend Lee and until this point, so 3 weeks, I had not spoken on the situation despite the amount of misinformation that I circulated. During this time, streamers on Twitch talked about us. Random parasocials would send hateful emails. Viewers would constantly pry for information in my Twitch chat, and longtime friends would reach out to ask what had happened. I ignored all of these despite wanting to tell the truth because I wished the best for our relationship at the time and believed talking about it publicly would further harm us both. Or harm both of us, my bad. On this alt stream, I stated that Lee and I were no longer talking in private and that I had been blocked off everything by him. I expressed my disappointment, saying that I tried my best to resolve things in private and ended up blocked. For about 15 minutes, I went into detail about why we stopped talking, believing it was well within my right to share my experience, especially after Lee had already leaked more information about our relationship in his past streams. I started slowly finding out he went as far as to block me on Twitch and had a hard time processing the situation. I started crying because I got overwhelmed and didn't know how to cancel my 20-month subscription to him. What? You had a 20-month subscription? Fuck! Ugh. God damn it. Okay. I started expressing my frustration at Lee's avoidant behavior and suggested that that was the reason why we couldn't end amicably. In hindsight, this was unnecessary and inappropriate to share publicly, as there was a private relationship conflict following this. Relationship conflict, period. Following this, I spoke about the non-consensual filming, as people were confused about what had actually happened. I decided to clear this up by saying that he filmed me on 3 separate occasions and for the first time, showed the evidence on stream. I did so because it is in his initial confession, he claimed that he photographed me to downplay the situation. The story I shared, basically a simplified version of what is written in this doc, directly contradicted the narrative Lee pushed in his past streams, negatively affecting public perception of him. No shit. Should. Round of applause. Fuck that nigga. That nigga ass. Lee then unblocked my number an hour after he initially blocked me to call, saying that he received death threats because of what I had said on stream. My mic was unmuted when I picked up his call. The stream couldn't hear him. He claims he was actually on his way to see me, but canceled the Zuber after hearing I was talking shit about him on stream. He stated that if it was disrespectful to him that I'm airing out our situation, wow, the irony, yeah, that's fucking crazy, and that if I truly wish the best, I wouldn't talk about this publicly to further ruin his image. I was flabbergasted hearing his attempt to gaslight me, and I made the very immature decision to put him on speaker for my streams to hear. Once he realized that what he was saying to me was being blasted on stream, he started to accuse me of being an attention seeker who only cared about ruining his career, and said that he truly believed that he never cheated on me. He repeatedly claimed I was the one that forced him to come out with his wrongdoings, that he admitted to these things on stream because I wouldn't forgive him otherwise. I couldn't understand how the story had changed so much, especially when he admitted the opposite on stream 3 weeks before. I was so angry that he was prioritizing damage control despite being given the opportunity to resolve misunderstandings in private while we were together, and later portraying me as unwilling to handle the issue privately. I was always the one to reach out to him during his hissy fits and always the one to try to talk things out when he refused to communicate. He never tried to reach out to me and kept me blocked on everything until he found out an hour later that I decided to speak on the situation. I believed he assumed I'd never speak about the issue because I made it very clear that I didn't want to publicize anything. But as soon as he heard that I was speaking on the issue, he panicked and tried to damage control by calling me. He altered the story when he realized he had an audience listening to him. This was when he started to push the narrative that he had no control over what kind of information was being aired out and accused me of shaping the narrative to make him out to be the terrible person, to ultimately ruin his career. He claimed he was the only one in the relationship that wanted this information to be truly private and that I ignored his wishes because I wanted to drama farm. It was so distasteful to me that he was now victimizing himself when just a few weeks earlier, he acknowledged that I was the clear victim and stated that he needed to take accountability. He had completely switched up. He also mentions for the first time that he and his friends were in danger of harm due to alleged death threats and doxing that occurred since the controversy. He then claimed that he and his family will be moving houses soon as they feared for their lives. They still live there to this day, almost 3 months later. Holy fuck, bro. He is so... Okay, it's literally like what I said earlier. He is just so scared of losing his clout. He's scared of losing his motion. I'm a snooze ads. Lee's fixation on controlling his perception to others extended as far as faking his online success. Schrodinger Lee was exposed for view botting 3 times the amount of his real viewership for as long as 12 months. Lee often preached about hard work and discipline, and even go as far as mentoring other smaller streamers. Faking his success in victimhood stemmed from his insecurity of feeling insignificant and irreplaceable. Instead of facing his discomfort, he reshaped his reality. Every narrative, every lie was from his fear of being perceived as a flawed individual. Fuck is view body? Not view body, view botting. View botting is where you just pay for views. So you're paying for like, you pay bots. You pay like a I don't really know how to explain it because I've never fucking done it. But you would have to, I guess you would like pay a service? Is there like view botting service? How do you I guess you would pay a view botting service and then they'll just send bots to watch your stream so then it would inflate your viewership. I would guess that's how that shit works. I don't know if that's how that shit. I feel like it would be more lucrative than that. No, is it that easy to just view bot? Like you just go to a place? I don't know. Yeah. All right. Okay. As soon as Lee starts his live streams, within 5 minutes, he would reach his average CCV of 900. What is this? I'm not logged into Twitter, though. Do I have to be? I don't think I have to be. Schrodinger Lee, 800 view only bots confirmed from multiple streams. We don't usually report on these, but there are more, but the more common type, some of those. We don't usually report on these, but they are the more common type. Some of those we have investigated with chat connected bots have additional view only bots. Holy shit. So he don't even really got motion. If you're view botting, why do you care? You know what I mean? Well, I guess you still need the chat, but then you just ask for chat bots. But I guess chat bots look sus. I don't think chat bots can react to you. Here, the view bots refresh and his viewer drops. What's up, Insomniac? Here, the view bots refresh and his viewership drops by 800 within 10 minutes. They return. Note that in every stream, Lee's net followers per stream is always negative. This is just one of many examples. Unfortunately, I can't prove whether Lee was the one view botting himself. However, I highly doubt someone would pay absurd amount of money to inflate his viewership for this long. So, okay. So, if he's view botting 900, around 900 CCV of 900, right? At 800 drops because of the bots have to reset. They give it a like. He could just view bot even after he falls off, so I don't know why he's panicking. That's what I'm saying. And then like his YouTube videos seem to do good. No? He has 1.6 mil. Okay, he's not. I don't think he's doing as good as he used to. But like 1 million, 2 million, half a mil. This one ain't that bad. It ain't that good. In his, if I ever got a video that did 124,000, I'll be fucking moving. I'll be chilling. He could have bought followers too. Oh, you can. Yeah, that is a thing you can do. I know on YouTube you can do that. You can definitely buy subs. And you can buy followers on Twitch. Yeah. That's so ick, man. Okay, an ad's gonna play. We're on to part 5 of this. Viewbotting 87% of your viewership. Was it that serious? Yeah, bro. And it's like, did he hit partner that way? Because, like, it's kind of crazy how many big streamers viewbot. Like, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of these big streamers actually do viewbot. At least a little bit. I know Tectone was open to saying that he viewbotted. I figured that out when I was researching for the video. I saw the clip of him being like, yeah, you know, I dabbled in it. It's like, all right, bro, weirdo. I'm gonna play another ad though, and then we're gonna get into 5, and then hopefully we're gonna finish it out. I don't know if I'll react today. I might not react today because it's getting pretty late. I didn't expect this doc to be that long. I've never streamed a document before, so I didn't expect it to be this long. Usually if I'm by myself, I would kind of get through this shit within like an hour. But yeah, another ad. I'll see y'all after. And we're back. All right. We're gonna get straight into it. This is 5 false claims of personal endangerment to solicit sympathy. So it doesn't get better. Lee sent me a long apology a day after this phone call was live streamed. I read it and didn't respond because I was spending time with family, and also because he was apologizing for his avoidant behavior during a relationship rather than for what happened the night before. I ignored his message for 10 hours until someone DM'd me a clip of Lee implying a past friend of ours was planning to commit an arson attack to harm him and his family. I was shocked by this claim because he never mentioned anything about it being never mentioned anything about being in danger at any point while we were still in contact. I confronted Lee about this. This is the clip. The same clip mentioned in these DMs was from Lee's alt livestream, taking place just before we broke up on November 11, 2025. We were still together when this livestream happened, yet this was the first time I ever learned of Lee potentially being in danger. I confronted him because he claimed that someone we both knew was planning an arson attack on him and his family to his audience. However, I'm still sorry for a lot of hurt and trauma I've however, as bad as things have ended between us, and then, you know. She does. This is basically an apology, but I guess we don't get to see it all. Ari says, hey, I don't doubt that you're getting death threats and potentially doxxed, and I'm really sorry you're going through that, and it's absolutely not okay. I don't condone that, I've never encouraged that. But I was sent a clip from someone that suspected that what you were saying here is about fishy chair. To imply that my friend or someone around me that knows the situation very well, like you mentioned yourself in this clip, which is only Juno and Fishy Chair, is planning an arson attack to harm you and your family just sounds absolutely insane, because I don't believe that a friend of mine or someone I was friends with in the past would intend to commit such a heinous crime. If you really are going through this, I'm incredibly sorry, but to imply that I'm involved in this or have caused this to happen is really disingenuous. I hope you're okay, and if it's okay with you, I'd really like some clarification on this, since it's heavily implied I know this person. Okay, let's look at this clip.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think I'm just worried about my family because, yeah, I've tried talking it out with this one particular person that, like, knows about this entire situation that's going on, and they're taking Ari's side very heavily, which I completely understand. But they're doing things that are completely wrong, such as, you know, getting my potential family into things with, like, you know, trying to, like, set up an arson attack on my place. So I'm getting the police involved to ensure that I can keep my potential family into things with, like, you know, trying to, like, set up an arson attack on my place. So I'm getting the things with, like, you know, trying to, like, set up an arson attack on my place. So I'm getting the police involved to ensure that I can keep this place safe, and then I need to move somewhere else, you know. I need to move somewhere else. But yeah, I've had this issue before. This is no fucking different. Like, I've had this issue before. Like, I've been swatted 3 times. This is not.
What the fuck? He also goes on to say someone had attempted to swat him later that day on the Schrodinger Lee channel. He claimed that an agent, question mark, called him to let him know that the false report was being investigated. Lee would speak about being a victim of swatting many times throughout his years on streaming on Twitch, especially during the time he lived with Sonaki and Redacted a few years ago. He made it known on stream multiple times that he had trauma from stalkers and from getting swatted. This proved to be a complete lie, as his former roommate claimed that had never happened. Holy shit. And the arson clip, yeah, we heard this. We basically heard him say this. Thank you, Minari, for the hydrate. Appreciate you. Here in this clip, he claims that he spoke to the person that threatened an arson attack against his family. However, when I confronted him 2 days after this live stream occurred, he gave me a completely different story. This nigga doesn't even keep a lie consistent. He's not a good liar. The lie is not consistent. I'm not sure if it's fishy, as there is not enough info about them in their message history for me to pinpoint exactly who does. What? There's not enough info about them in their message for me to pinpoint exactly who. Oh, exactly who? Why is my brain short-circuiting? Holy shit. Does Madeline Bry ring a bell for you at all? No, so how is this person related to me? Have they messaged again? Are you okay? I'm okay. Okay, I'm glad. I just assumed they were a viewer of yours, but honestly, I shouldn't correlate it to you at all, these psychos. But you said in that clip that this is someone you tried to talk to multiple times in the past. You did say that. So I'm really confused, but thank you for clarifying. It's not the same person. One of my old roommates used to leak my address a lot. Like I was a showcase animal for people to come over. Even telling where I'm from, where I grew up. Okay, then I'll just assume it was worded terribly. It's not your fault at all. Sorry for mentioning your name. It's all good. Just wanted to know if it was genuinely someone I know that is threatening to set your house on fire and harm your family. I don't think it's someone you know, but they do know where I live. I don't know if I leaked it on stream, but I don't think they know exactly where I live because they said my suburb, not my exact address. Saying your suburb is kind of scary though. Not gonna lie. Not saying that he's telling the truth though. This nigga's probably lying. Most likely lying. He changed the story saying that he didn't even know who was responsible for the arson threat and that he assumed it was a viewer of mine. He then redirects blames to his previous roommate for leaking his address, then continues to say that the perpetrator wasn't someone I know. This was confusing as he stated he had directly talked that out with the specific individual. How was Lee able to talk it out with this one particular person if he had no idea who he was? He showed me an anonymous email sent by Madeline Bry, sent on the 4th November, 9 days before talking about it on stream where the clip originated. This left me with even more confusion. If this email was anonymously sent 9 days prior, how did he conclude that the perpetrator was someone we used to be friends with? If it was anonymous, how did he speak to them as he claimed on stream? It was from this day onward that Lee would often receive death threats, getting doxxed, and having to move houses due to being in danger every time he received negative attention or criticism on stream. I eventually gave up trying to pry information out of him and instead expressed my concern for him. He eventually apologized for saying I was associated with the perpetrator. I was genuinely worried for his safety, so I told him if he ever felt unsafe, he could stay at my place. He said that he couldn't leave his cat and family behind. What's up, Ishmari? So even after, no, think about this. Even after Schrodinger Lee did all this shit to Ari still is giving him a place of security, bro. Ari is still like, hey, bro, if you have nowhere to go and you feel unsafe, you could just crash at my house. Hello? Around this time, Jonah contacted me to tell me that he was worried for Lee because he was told that a trespasser attempting to commit arson was found at Lee's home. Apparently, Lee called the police and the trespasser was escorted out of the premises. This was also something Lee shared on stream while playing Arc Raiders the next few days. I can't find the exact VOD timestamp, but I'm certain others can confirm this was said. I genuinely believed him at the time because I couldn't understand what there was to gain from lying to your audience and close friends about something so serious. I reached out to Lee's brother who lived with him to ask if anything had happened. His brother believed nothing happened and wasn't worried for his safety because the cameras around his house would alert him if anyone were to be trespassing. Lee's brother says here that he doesn't understand how the police could have been involved when his own family is clueless. If Lee's family was truly in danger to the extent he claimed, he would not have attended his China trip a month after, leaving his family behind. He also definitely would not continue living there to this day. Note that Lee's parents went overseas the day after Lee reacted to the LSF post. Him and his brother were the only people at home. I believe they returned back to Australia at the end of November. I don't even think Arya likes him. It's more like... I think Ari is just a nice person. You know what I mean? I think Ari is just a really nice person. And then, like, I think she still has care for him. She doesn't really like him, though. Let's use... I'm guessing Quan. Okay. Hi, Quan. I'm really sorry for overstepping here, but were you home to witness a stranger trespassing your home and getting arrested around midnight last night? Not that I know of. I'm usually asleep by 8 or 9 though, because of work. I don't think anything happened, to be honest. I just wanted to confirm if someone really did get arrested. I see. We have cameras recording in front of our home 24/7. I'm not worried. Sorry about this. I don't know why Ian is saying he's getting the police involved. He hasn't said a word about it to me. Oh shit, is that his real name? Oops. I mean, I didn't dox, bro. It shit was in the fucking doc. I don't know why Ian's saying he's getting the police involved. He hasn't said a word about it to me. I really felt so uncomfortable in the past when Ian would just comfortably let randoms come into our house, fully trusting them, when I didn't like any of them, so I just got weird vibes. It's good to know that my hunch was correct, I guess. Sorry for leaving you hanging from our conversation yesterday as well. I really appreciate that you offered me to stay at yours, but if something were to happen and I wasn't here, I wouldn't be able to stomach that. Because Quan and Rat Dude are still here. Could we call? If you can wait 20 minutes, I'm so over family. Should we wait until you're back home to talk? I don't want to wait. I don't want your parents to worry. My mom's not nosy, just us two at home. My stepdad just had a knee surgery. I can wait 20 minutes, then call me when you're ready. Shortly after my conversation with his brother, Lee apologized for leaving me hanging and asked to call. In this call, he apologized for being avoidant again and asked me to reconsider giving our relationship another chance. I couldn't really answer him considering I found out he was lying about being in danger. I basically asked him to leave me alone for a bit. Between the time this call happened on November 3rd, 2025, and when I reached out to him on the 15th, Lee continued to stream Arc Raiders on his main channel. Claiming that he had a strange week, he claimed that he was in danger and received a call from his agent that someone had attempted to swat him at the time. I was unaware Lee had previously lied about being swatted in his own department, and upon watching these live streams, I was incredibly worried for him. I reached out to talk to him. Hey, I don't know if you saw my text about returning the AirPods. I kind of do want them back, but really it's just an excuse to get a chance to talk to you face to face. I've come to realize a few things the past week that I didn't get to say, and I feel as if there are things I'm not fully aware of. Let me know if I'm overstepping. She cared too much for him, and he took that kindness as weakness, at least in my opinion. Yeah. We weren't together during this time, and I figured that if we really were to go our separate ways, I wish to apologize for some things that occurred in our relationship because it was some form of closure for me. Yeah. I also wanted to talk to him about how he planned to deal with being in danger, like he claimed on stream. He arrived at my place, and the first thing I did was sympathize with him as he talked about the death threats he was receiving. He didn't go into detail about the threats, and I didn't confront him about lying about the arson attacks as trespassing because I didn't want to invalidate the hardship he was going through. I then told him I wanted to talk to him because I knew I'd regret not apologizing for certain things if we were to separate. I told him that I always knew I wasn't the perfect girlfriend, that our relationship being dysfunctional was equally my fault. I apologized for not being able to create a safer environment for him to open up, and that upon reflecting, I was also at fault for how he treated me throughout the relationship. I'm not blaming myself for the terrible shit he did to me. This is more about taking accountability for the small relationship issues every couple goes through. Word. He hugged me, saying this was something he wanted to hear from me a long time, and asked me to reconsider trying a relationship again because clearly he couldn't move on. Like an idiot, I took him back. What? No! 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 Bro. His former roommate Sanaki recently commented on the swatting Lee supposedly experienced when they lived together. Brother. Tsunaki claims this never happened and is baffled at the absurdity of his claim. Lee often shared his experience of being stalked and having rocks and eggs thrown at his window because of the type of content he created. He was living in a high-rise apartment that overlooked the entire area. So nobody could fucking throw eggs or rocks up there because he was in a fucking high-rise apartment. He would often preach about how the content an individual makes does not define them, and the hate he receives should not be to the extent where he's getting harassed offline. Let's see. Tsunaki, can eggshells even reach that high? Yeah, sure, we got swatted. Is swatting even a thing in Australia? Yep. No, we didn't. Bro should become a writer. He was the one sending the money to the landlord. I don't know what arrangement Loisa made with him. But there was also another guy paying, so I doubt they didn't pay. They didn't pay. For me, I was struggling immensely and a lot of other issues. INCO. Recovering from the whole MIG situation, but at that point, he was commissioning often that he would send me money, and then I'm just sending it back to him. So he made an arrangement that I do art for him whenever he asks, and he won't pay me because it's rent instead. Okay. Recall that in page 10, highlighted in yellow, Lee often talked about being financially abused by the people around him. He often claimed that his previous roommates, Tsunaki and Redacted, did not pay their share of the rent for almost a year, and that Lee had to front these costs alone. Tsunaki was Lee's close friend, roommate, and thumbnail artist all throughout his career. Here, Tsunaki explains they made a special arrangement between the two where Tsunaki's art commission would be paid as rent because they would work together often. Yo, dog, anybody need a video editor? I'll edit shit for rent. I'll edit your shit. But you gotta pay rent. That's a fire deal, Loki. Edit my vids, bro. I would not have you just pay. Nah, bro. You know, you get edits for free though, Debbie. Tsunaki mentions that the other roommate was paying their share, and because of this, Lee's claims that he paid rent for everyone in that apartment is highly unlikely. Lee often mentioned on stream that he was owed money from his roommate, referring to the $78,000 he claimed was owed by them. Years after leaving this apartment, he stated countless times that this was the reason why Tsunaki offered to continue drawing his YouTube thumbnails for free, despite him insisting on paying her. Tsunaki paid her share of rent through labor as per their agreement, but for him to misinterpret the situation and twist the narrative as financial exploitation is not only disingenuous, but also deceptive. I believe Lee wanted to appear generous and self-sacrificing, but that came at the cost of his former roommate's reputation. Lee displays a pattern of casting himself as a victim while erasing the truth throughout his document. See, this is the crazy part about this whole lying shit, because this was also another thing he didn't have to lie or misrepresent. He literally could have been like, yeah, I pay Tsunaki's rent, but the way that it's set up is that Tsunaki does all my thumbnails and art for it for free. She's paying through labor, which is why I just pay my rent and Tsunaki's rent. That not only that just one makes y'all look tight as fuck as a team when it comes to the content shit, and then you still get the fucking the like generosity points if that's what you're really after. Yeah, I pay her rent, but she does my thumbnails. Simple. It's like I don't get why you had to lie and be like, oh, they owe me $78,000, but you know, it's whatever. It's like, what the fuck? Here's a VOD from November 15th, 2025, where Lee speaks about getting swatted and how he feels about the public's reaction to the controversy. Fucking tabs are stacking up, ain't it? 11:49. Why is his wavelength so big? Pause.
Dude, yesterday was crazy, man. Yesterday was crazy, man. Holy shit, bro. Yesterday was crazy. I don't know if you guys could tell, but like,
Hey guys, yesterday was crazy, man. Yesterday was crazy. This nigga needs to get out my fucking ear, bro. God damn. Like, fuck. Damn, bro. Yesterday was crazy, man. Yesterday was crazy. Like, what the
yo,
fuck are
on
we
stream,
talking
shit
about,
was
bro?
going down, man. Shit was going down. On stream and off stream, bro. Shit was going down, bro. Shit was getting crazy, dude. Holy shit.
This nigga yawning? 2140. Skipping.
Was
Ladies. Let me do my work type shit.
it's like a pretty small thing. Honestly, I'm like very used to this sort of thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of chatbots yesterday. And they were like spamming some like, you know, messages and stuff, and I won't deny that I've done like really bad things, right? But I don't think people know like the full story or like the full scale of things. And nor did they have to listen to it. Like I didn't give like they really don't have to. But like it was pretty much just like I think, yeah, Muse, thank you, bro, for like
He implies here that he was receiving negative attention because they don't know the full story. Yeah, that's
banning
fucking
like all these bots and stuff yesterday. But pretty much it was just like a bunch of things saying like, you know, these messages and stuff, you know, which is fine, you know, it's calm. I've been dealing with this like for like, you know, this is like the internet, you know, like I really don't mind it that much, you know. Out of like all the people supporting me, like if 1% are like negative towards me, like I can't complain, you know. It's just like, yeah, I think leave it on that, Muse, yeah. And then my phone number kept getting called. So it got called like 5 times from an uncalled number, 7 times from like this number that I didn't know. So like 5 times from no caller ID, 7 times from like a number that I didn't know, and then 1 time from an agent that I trust. I sent him some messages. I sent him what's going on, and yesterday there was an attempted SWAT attempt on our address, on my home address. So you know, just swatting, you know, and pretty much, you know, my address is already underneath like a protected clause. So they are trying to find out the masked identity. So the caller ID has been spoofed, and they know the perpetrator's like real location, and they asked me if I knew anything about this location or if this address looks similar or like familiar to me. But it doesn't look familiar to me at all. Like I don't know much about Australia. So yeah, so that's what happened yesterday. And then at the end of yesterday,
Can you get swatted in Australia? I'm
two of
pretty
my
sure they have
friends
like their
messaged me,
equivalent of SWAT team,
and
right?
they said that this person going out and like messaging them saying like trying to get them away from me, you know. But luckily these friends were like real enough to like say like,
Oh shit, we're about to go up into another claim.
they pretty much like I know I'm trying to like do better things as a person, and they pretty much just said like they didn't give a fuck about what they say, but they just wanted me to know that this is happening to them, you know. So yeah. And I guess like this morning as well, like unfortunately, like I'm still gonna be going to China. But my China trip sponsor, like what I'm meant to be doing for them, got cancelled due to I guess I'll just show it, like fuck it, whatever. Pretty much it's like
What the fuck, man? How can you just leak your fucking... Like, you didn't even crop it or nothing, bro?
change up a few things. Normally people don't like talking about things that happened in the past in people's personal life, but someone emailed me last night regarding a few things. Not going to cancel the Shanghai trip /flat, but I asked the branding side. I asked I may change it so you're not mentioned, because it's been brought to our attention over here at Zowie. And yeah, pretty much like it's pretty TLDR, like someone messaged Zowie and messaged my agent at Zowie that, like, you know, of the things that I've done, and obviously like in a very incriminating manner. and they don't want me to be on the branding side of things anymore. But I'll still go to China.
And the incriminating side of things? Yeah. Because you did something criminal. And you admitted to it. Anyway, let's see. Big stretch, hold on. We often met outside in the city for dates, despite knowing this is where he got recognized the most, fans with extra photos, despite claiming he did not feel safe to his online audience. Around 24, which is what we just listened to, he informs his audience that someone alerted his sponsor manager of the controversy and that his obligations in China were canceled. During the 2 months we were together following the non-consensual filming, he often guilt-tripped me, stating I provided ammunition to hateful people, consequently encouraging them to harm his family whenever I spoke on the matter. Just 2 days after this stream took place, Lee received an anonymous email from a misinformed viewer informing me that I spoke about the controversy on a recent stream. I believe this email was talking about a stream where I stated that I didn't wish to pursue legal action. So, okay. It's probably not called SWAT in Australia, but the principle, if there's law enforcement there, then yes, you can get swatted. Alright, weird. Here's my thing, though. It's like, okay, if this is why it's so weird. Lee keeps going back and forth with Ari. You know, Ari's fucking allowing it because, you know, God bless your soul. So he keeps going back and forth. But then he'll like let outside shit dictate what he does on the inside. That's like someone emailing me and being like, yo, Devi did this, that, and the third. And then I believe him. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, hello? First I had a chat with Jonah recently. We were originally just talking about blank, but eventually I told him about our relationship, including how it ended. I heard a lot of concerning things about how you're not talking too nicely about me. Which is honestly fine. This message is the second thing I wanted to mention. I don't think no matter how much I zoom in, I can't read that. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Is their fucking Gmail name Lucifer? Corny Nick. Alright. Talks about some things on me that you get publicly that I wasn't aware you were doing. I was under the impression you were going to talk about me a lot privately, but I didn't think you were also continuing to do so publicly. I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you. Hate raids, loss of trust, loss of friends, loss of trust in family and connection, constant bombardment on all my socials, and horrible comments I'd rather not see. These things I can deal with, but doxing comments against my family is something no one deserves to go through. I want to say the following. I don't completely regard as your entire fault, and I know I fucked up very hard in our relationship countless times to very bad degrees, so I do deserve levels of punishment and consequence. However, honestly, I'm stumped right now on whether or not I should share the following with you because I'm aware it's not your fault completely. Sorry, Static, I actually took over the world and I'm going to lead a cat army now. Debbie out here thinks she Egyptian. No. Praise cats. We love cats though. Cats are fine. He states in this first message that it's fine to talk about my experience, then goes on to express his disappointment for speaking publicly without his knowledge. Sounds familiar? Where he expresses concern over the harassment he received on his recent streams. He called me shortly after to tell me that his sponsorship obligations to China were canceled upon seeing his controversy. During this phone call, he said I had the right to speak about my experience, but at the same time, wished I would stop commenting as my words provided ammunition to haters. He stated that he didn't want to put his family in danger and think about his well-being before choosing to speak publicly. He also initially believed I was responsible for contacting a sponsor agent out of malice, and then later changed his mind, claiming I was not at fault. I guess Schrodinger's Lee name has to be Ian. I guess that's just like public knowledge, and that's why they're cool with just sharing it. I was outraged that almost 2 months had passed since his initial confession, and I was still being pressured into silence out of respect for him. I can agree that speaking on the matter brought unnecessary attention, but I was also extremely disturbed by the misinformation that transpired from Lee's inability to take accountability. This is the conversation Lee and I had after that call. I expressed anger over Lee still believing that I was the one pressuring him into ruining his career. He apologizes and says it's his fault. Note that this conversation occurred just before his flight to China, before he started accusing me of blackmail. I'll call you again. Pick up, please. All right. Then why did you make me say those things? Don't want to talk. Don't want to talk. Thanks. After all that time of us trying to work things out, after all that reflection, it's my fault. You still think I made you admit your wrongdoings on stream? I know. Why did I even try to work shit out when you think it's my fault? I'm saying it's my fault. It's my fault. You just fucking asked me why I made you say those things. It's my fault. As if I didn't forgive you and asked you not to. Dude, seriously, I just lost all hope hearing that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yikes, man. Lee felt threatened whenever I spoke on the situation because he knew that my story directly contradicted his. He resorted to lying about being in danger, arson and swatting, to apply emotional pressure to prevent me from speaking publicly any further. There was a clear double standard here, as he had a history of publicly speaking about his trauma and his version of events. But when I did, it was perceived as selfish and shit-talking my partner. This was not about fearing for his safety like he claimed. This was a part of controlling the narrative. He repeatedly mentioned throughout this period that the consequences were his fault, whether it be death threats, loss of friendships, or loss of opportunities due to his wrongdoings. From my understanding, this was Lee's way of trying to take responsibility, but was often paired with explanations that shifted blame outwards due to his habit of minimizing the situation. Only a few left. Pattern of deflection. Alright. Through our relationship, Lee made it very clear not to talk badly about him to others. I thought this was an odd request, as I considered this the bare minimum in a relationship, but reassured him regardless. But yeah, Lee made it very clear not to talk badly about him to others. Crazy, because if you remember what he said about Ari to Mira, he didn't really seem to really, fuck with that. Lee's default settings: lying turned into a pathetic wet-kicked puppy on the sidewalk, and repeat. There were a few times I reached out to two of my close friends, Fishy Chair and Jono, and asked for advice on small issues in our relationship during periods where Lee and I struggled to understand each other. Lee knew about this because I was transparent with him about it, and he allowed it. He also confided in them whenever he felt the need to. Early in 2025, Fishy Chair confronted Lee with valid concerns about how Fishy felt disrespected during their friendship. Fishy's concerns were entirely external to my relationship with Lee, and he decided on his own volition to unfriend him. Lee took this as an attack, and the next time he saw me interacting with Fishy Chair, he lashed out at me, claiming I was interacting with someone who openly hates his guts. I couldn't really understand his concerns because Fishy Chair never badmouthed Lee during the time we were all friends. A week after this confrontation, Lee woke up from my bed claiming to have dreamt of me cheating on him with Fishy Chair, and was convinced this truly happened. He explained I was cheating on him because I continued to interact with Fishy Chair following their fallout. I tried to calm him down and reassure him that nothing happened between us, and if he was this upset, I could unfriend Fishy Chair out of respect for him. I then handed Lee my phone unlocked so he could take a look at the type of conversations I was having with Fishy Chair. This was my way of reassuring Lee because no cheating had occurred. Lee then pushes my phone away, claiming if he looked then he would be proven right. What? Like, he does he literally tries his best to make whatever he says true. And whenever something that is brought to him that completely contradicts his story, he either one, falls victim and be like, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, oh, I'm sorry, he does that shit. Or he'll just simply be like, nah, I don't see it. Nah, I don't want to see it. You know what I mean? He kept avoiding the evidence, and I repeatedly shoved my phone into his face. He turned his head away, saying he didn't want to look. Eventually, he stopped accusing me and asked me to unfriend Fishy Chair on Discord. Fast forward to the 18th of May, 2025, the day Fishy Chair invited me to a group call with Kaime, the day I learned of Lee's emotional cheating, and Juno was later invited into the call and was given a debrief on the conversation I had with Mira and Kaime. The next day, Lee called Juno to discuss an unrelated matter, during which Juno let Lee know that Fishy Chair had invited him to a group call to inform him of Lee's actions. The entire time this conversation was happening, Lee was recording this call without Juno's consent, which is kind of like a nothing burger. I'm gonna be real. I feel like people, like, here's the thing with recording calls. Is it morally like a okay thing to do? In some cases, no, but it's not an okay thing to do. However, it's, depending where you're at, it's not really illegal. So it's like, I can't really do shit about it. Nah, it's weird. Yeah, that's the thing though. We can say in this case, yeah, it's weird. But then like I don't know, I feel iffy when people bring up recording calls as like a bad thing, because then sometimes people bring it up as a good thing. Like, oh, thank God I recorded the call. Here's the call. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like it's kind of like a gray zone for me. Would I ever record a call for no reason? Fuck no. Have I recorded calls though? In the sense of like for a reason, because it was like some drama shit, or like someone was literally lying to my face and I wanted to catch their ass. Yeah, I have. I have twice, 3 times. 3 times I've recorded calls. Have I ever released them? No, they're just in a folder. Oh my god, they're on a folder on a hard drive to just in case. Because these niggas lied on me crazy, and I was like, all right, bro, you ever say some shit? Ammo. The entire time this conversation was happening, Lee was recording this call without Juno's consent. Lee then weaponized this audio clip of Juno to spread a false narrative that Fishy Chair had gone out of his way to invite all of Lee's friends, mods, and others into a group call to slander his name and get his Red Bull LAN invitation canceled upon finding Lee's wrongdoings. Now that's fucked up. Now that's bad. Because he's using it as ammo to hurt someone else. Intentionally. You're weaponizing something. You know what I mean? Now it's kind of fucked up. Not kinda, it is fucked up. Fishy Chair, seeing this, was deeply disturbed by Lee's behavior and decided to distance himself completely from the Twitch space. Almost 5 months later, Lee forged fake Discord DMs to sell a narrative that Fishy Chair was still witch hunting him when they hadn't interacted in months. I mentioned this briefly on page 8, highlighted in yellow. Where Lee tried to gaslight me into keeping quiet about the crime he committed because Fishy Chair was attempting to put him in jail, quote unquote. When Lee accused Fishy Chair of this, I asked him to show me the proof. Lee refused, saying he had promised to protect the identity of the anonymous source. I called him and asked him to censor their names if this evidence existed. He got defensive and started calling me crazy for not trusting him. In this call, I could hear him typing on his keyboard when sending his evidence. Yeah, because you're sensitive ass Mike, because you like to fucking try to get that bass in your voice for some reason, you fucking e-boy cuck. Fucking weirdo, bro. Using that inspect element crazy. This is horrible. Yeah, it is. You are. Yeah, it is. You are protecting someone thing? Protecting someone thing? Something? This is not how it should have been. Someone. Okay, you're protecting someone instead of fixing us. Thank you for the stress. Thank you for the Kobe pat. Then just disregard that information. Disregard that information if I promise someone I would protect their identity. I wanted to see this proof of Fishy making a plan to put you in jail, even though I already made up my mind to block him. There's no elaborate plan, it's just a statement. You just said he made a plan, then show me that you weren't lying. Sigh, I don't understand. LMFAO, he fucking deserves to be put in jail. What? He was fucking furious and call. I wanted to check in with you to ensure you're okay. I know you've been feeling off recently on your alt streams and such. Honestly, I was not aware. When was this? And I know why. Well, one, you gotta use inspect element to edit their things, but I think you think he used inspect element on his shit too. So it doesn't have like that edit tag next to it. The censor Discord messages is the evidence Lee was referring to. I had my suspicions that these were fake because the story had told me what the time says in the messages didn't match up. So this nigga can't even... In the end, he admitted that the messages were forged, and when I asked why he had to do all this, he responded saying he was upset that I reconnected with Fishy Chair. Lee admits to forging messages and still lies in his apology to Juno. So basically, yeah, he was projecting crazy because you remember when he was saying that, oh, Ari is so crazy and jealous easily and all this, that, and the third. Listen, bro. I'm a jealous nigga. I'm gonna say that right then and there. That's no secret. I'm a jealous nigga. However, this ain't the way to do it. This ain't the way to go. You don't feed into that jealousy to then do toxic shit. You just communicate when you feel that way, if it's valid. Obviously, sometimes you just get jealous for no fucking reason. You're like, okay, I'm tweaking. You want to be self-aware. That's what I'm saying. This nigga is obviously is not. How many pages we got today? We're only 32. We have 45 more. We should be able to speed through. Yo, sorry for the late response. I appreciate you writing things out though. Sorry I didn't get back to you on this first. After a conversation with Ari recently, I knew this was on your mind and I should have sent the message first. I did lie to you about the forging messages. You're completely right. I gain nothing from lying to you or anyone. Really, it just looks dumb as hell on my part. And the voice recording thing, I want to say it wasn't done maliciously at all. But regardless, I understand how it's invasive to your privacy, especially when you're trying to just hear me out. The purpose of doing so, however, was because Ari wanted me to open up to my friends and clearly tell my wrongdoings, so she could see I was on the right steps to improving. Regardless, though, it would have been so simple to ask. I appreciate you reaching out to me on many accounts and creating a space where I can just clearly voice my mind. 87, not bad. I said 45. 45 pages. We're on page 32. Not only is Lee capable of faking evidence, but he also tried to justify his wrongdoings with a false narrative he created in an attempt to minimize consequences. So, okay, yeah, because bro recorded it not to, like, to show Ari that, like, he was on the right steps of improving. He recorded it to then weaponize it. No, that was the whole thing. Schrodinger exposed. Yeah, Schrodinger's chopped. Throughout my 2-year relationship with Lee, he would demonstrate patterns of coercive, manipulative, and reality-distorting behavior whenever he felt threatened. It was clear that whenever Lee does something wrong, i.e. cheating, he projects and deflects blame onto others rather than taking accountability. He repeatedly weaponized his friends by misinterpreting their actions to paint himself as the victim. Jesus, man. Okay. 7. Home stretch. False allegations of blackmail to third parties and performative accountability. One misunderstanding that really frustrated me throughout all this was that the people were under the impression that I blackmailed Lee into ruining his career and sending me $20,000. I never properly addressed this at the time because while I often spoke about the minor relationship issues I had with Lee, I never properly spoke on the major events mentioned in this document. I made sure to avoid the topic because there was a lot to talk about, and because I didn't want to comment on the situation without clear evidence. I ignored the blackmail allegations initially because I understood why someone would come to that conclusion, considering the limited information that was available at the time. I believe this was something I could clearly address if I ever decided to come out with my statement. I would also like to mention that Lee only started publicly accusing me of blackmail as of recently. It's been 2 months since his initial confession, and during the live streams where he chose to speak on the matter, he had never accused me of blackmail until his recent live stream on the 4th of January. So a month ago from when I'm streaming this. During Lee's sponsored trip to China between the 17th and 22nd of December 2025, he met another content creator named Takular. I'm gonna just say Taku for short. Taku was told that Lee's sponsored obligations were canceled last minute by the sponsor agent, and that it was ultimately Lee's decision to explain. Lee told Taku we were together, and when Taku expressed that he was looking for roommates to move in with, Lee suggested that we all move in together. Lee during this trip messaged me about this in our place, and I considered this living arrangement as a last resort. I was vocal to Lee about not being comfortable with living with him one-on-one, and that if I were to be unsuccessful in finding a new place after exhausting all options, I may consider moving in as 3. Just a day before Lee returned from his trip, he FaceTimed me to inform me that he had told Taku about the non-consensual filming and cheating to show that he was taking accountability. I was confused why you would reveal that about yourself to someone you just met, but I didn't question it. During this trip, Leah asked me if I wanted a free keyboard. It was from a highly reputable brand, and I said I would love to own one. He then tells me that the keyboard brand representative gave one stock keyboard to Lee and a custom model valued at 400 AUD to Taku. Taku offered his custom keyboard to Lee out of kindness when Lee claimed he would give the one he received to his brother at home. Lee then FaceTimed me showing me 2 keyboards saying Taku gave his keyboard to me. Lee returned to Australia a couple days later and met me at a cafe. As soon as he landed, Lee offered me Taku's keyboard, but I asked him to hand it to me another time as I had too many things to carry. The same day, Lee went live on Twitch to claim that he received 2 keyboards from some guy and proceeded to unbox Taku's keyboard. Lee then stated his intention to give away the second keyboard to his community. Taku, upon seeing this, felt deceived but did not comment until Lee insulted Taku on stream just a few days after. What are you doing? On January 3rd, 2026, I broke up with Lee as he continued to flirt with the girl he hid from me for 2 weeks. What? I sent this message that I found out that they continued to flirt even after he apologized for it on call just the day before. He had let this girl know that he was in a relationship with me after 2 weeks of flirting and abruptly told her he was uncomfortable. Despite this, they continued to flirt, and that was what caused a breakup. I immediately blocked him after sending this message. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here like a cuck after I spent 2 years fighting for this relationship. You put me through a lot of anxiety and betrayal due to your untruthfulness, which I know you're sorry for, but it really doesn't affect how things are in the future. I don't see how it's okay to entertain someone that is flirting with you, especially after you weren't truthful with me about the relationship intentions you had with her. You definitely wouldn't like it if I was the one doing it, so I'm done. I promised myself I wouldn't cry over shit like this again, but I know my boundaries and I know what I feel disrespected by. Best of luck. Dude, so holy fuck, this is what I mean. He doesn't see her forgiveness as a sign to then grow as a person to make sure it doesn't happen again. He sees her forgiveness as him getting away with it. Therefore, he'll just keep doing shit. Fuck, man. And he then ended his live stream to call me, and I answered during this call. I asked him if he could stop interacting with this girl out of respect for me. He couldn't give me an answer. This was a girl he was doing e-dating content for well over a week, and he claimed that he needed this girl to get back on his feet. He expressed that the recent controversy really affected him, and that he finally found a reason to pursue content again. He said he couldn't let go of this opportunity. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was he really about to throw away our relationship for a girl he met online 2 weeks? He was silent for a while, then asked for my understanding. I asked again, trying to remind him that he's risking his relationship for a girl who didn't respect his boundaries and his relationship. He could not give me an answer, so I wished him the best, saying that our relationship was over. I said that I hoped this new girl was his next Inoki. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I hope that girl's your next Inoki. Damn, it was worth sacrificing his relationship for. Lee's content with Inoki was the reason for his initial blow up. Yeah, I know. That was the only reason that I knew who Inoki was because of Lee. And then I didn't even watch Lee after that. I just watched Inoki only. Ah, damn! Yeah. He did not attempt to reach out privately ever again. After that call, I streamed League on the main channel for a few hours, and Taku came into my chat to say hello. He added me on Discord to talk about possibly living together as Lee initially suggested. I told Taku that Lee and I broke up as of 10 hours ago, and that I no longer considered living together an option. The conversation shifted towards his China trip with Lee. This was when I learned that Lee was accusing me of blackmail when we were still together. Taku then mentions how if he learned of Lee's actions Lee's act of unconsensual filming like Lee claimed during their China trip, Taku would not have asked to live together because he would have been extremely uncomfortable. Lee essentially lied about taking accountability during this trip. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, bro, get this nigga out of here. Fuck! Brother. Taku, yeah, I remembered him saying that to me in China, that you allegedly blackmailed him in a way. Ari, LMFAO, absolutely not true. For a long time, I ignored the blackmail allegations as people were simply misinformed, but I was incredibly upset hearing that my own boyfriend at the time was pushing this narrative. I couldn't comprehend how Lee came to this conclusion when he admitted just before his flight to China that the consequences he was facing were entirely his fault. Okay. Learning that he was accusing me of blackmailing people in private was the final straw. I decided to put together a statement and immediately gathered evidence for this document. After an hour or so, I went on my alt channel to announce that Lee and I broke up a day ago and that I would be issuing a formal statement upon hearing he was accusing me of blackmail. I also stated that our relationship ended because he chose to entertain a girl he met online. Within 10 minutes of this live stream, Lee came into my chat to spam question marks and then went live on his channel in act of self-defense. We're essentially arguing through each other's Twitch streams by this point. This was the most pathetic and chronically online behavior I've ever engaged in. Here is a VOD of Lee's alt stream. Yo, this shit is funny. Okay. This nigga's about to get ate the fuck up.
I'm just not good. Can I help? Nah, it's alright. Like, I'm not too sure what's going on, bro. I just don't like hearing everything here in the echo chamber and like not being able to say anything. I'm just not too sure. I'm just not too sure what to think. Holy fuck. I'm just not too sure what to think. Jesus Christ.
317.
Sorry to hear. Yeah, it's not going too well.
A little too far. 318 is fine enough.
And I think all of those fuck ups, like, yeah, like I made public for sure, but not like every single thing needs to be like fucking said, you know? Like even why we broke up yesterday, I feel like wasn't even like my bad. I mean,
wasn't even your bad. You were doing e-dating content with a random man, with a random chick you just met. And you chose to do that over a girl that you've been with for 2 years, that has forgiven you over and over and over and over again. Fumbled. Generational fumble.
like, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I actually have no idea what to do. Like part of me doesn't want to leave her or like leave this relationship because like I'm scared that if I leave, like,
Shut the fuck up. He begins victimizing himself and starts shifting the narrative as usual. The text in this color, or my messages, that Lee was reading out on stream. Here he mentions that I have a tendency to publicize his wrongdoings. This is true. Ever since his confession on live stream, I have answered many misinformed questions from the public. He fails to understand that I was actively reacting to the misinformation caused by his habit of deflection. I have made many childish decisions to complain about the smaller things in a relationship publicly, but he positions himself to be morally superior, claiming that he's not the type of person to take out his issues on someone else, despite his history of falsely accusing others of what he is guilty of. His pattern of behavior directly contradicts his statement. Did we hear that one? No, we didn't hear that. Yes, plus right.
Like, Ari has the tendency to like immediately like go public with like every single thing that like I've ever done in this relationship, you know? Like I can say a bunch of things as well, but like I'm not the type of person to like take out my like issues on somebody else. Like I don't know, like I don't know if that's normal.
Here he claims I never given the opportunity to talk in private despite having a phone call just a few hours before the stream. We were also together for 2 months since the controversy and he had endless opportunities to clear up any misunderstandings. Okay, 432.
You literally try to work it out in private? No, you didn't, bro. Like, you're going live and you're talking about it. Like, what? If you wanted to talk about it in private, call me. Like, call me. Like, call me. You didn't even get my answer. You know? You didn't even get my answer, Ari.
He reads a chat message from a viewer who was shocked to find out we were still together after his initial confession. He says that I switched up as soon as we broke up. This is true as I found out about the blackmail accusation and broke up with Lee following his unfaithfulness on the same day. I don't know where the death threats come from, but I understand it was just dramatization. What time, Stan? 6:24? Around there?
Yeah, I know. Well, so you guys were still together after that major crash out? Yeah, we're still together, and I wanted things to work out. You know, there was parts that we like broke up and stuff again, but like, it's to me like, it's incredibly fucking scary to 24 hours ago date someone, and as soon as we break up, flip the switch, instant, like, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. We're gonna go to war. I'm gonna kill this guy.
It's not what happened though. Y'all broke up multiple times in between this. You broke like what, 2-3 times in between? she kept going back, and then on top of that, she was being nice. Even defended you in the very, very beginning. So it's like, what do you mean a flip switched? Because if a flip really did switch, a flip should have switched months ago. Like the day she found that shit on your phone. Like, you know the crazy part? A lot of girls wouldn't even confront the dude. They would find the shit on their phone, take a screenshot. Yeah, it's reported. Guess what? Reported. And if they really petty, that shit's on Twitter too. You best believe, buddy. Gulag. Gulag. At least that's what I would do if I found that shit on someone's phone. Gulag. Lee starts to shift the focus away from the actions that led up to the breakup and onto how my reaction affected him. As soon as the consequences started to appear, he would reframe himself. Thank you, Devi. Thank you for that. As soon as the consequences started to appear, he would reframe himself as the victim, as shown countless times in the document. Instead of considering my actions to be self-defense or providing clarity, he resorted to attacking my character in an attempt to divert blame for his situation. It is hypocritical that his attempt to comment on the situation are expected to be perceived as self-defense, but when I do, it's career sabotage. He completely misrepresents my motive for self-defense. 712.
Crazy is that? I don't think he understands, like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, I don't get why you even want to get back with me if you think I'm, like, so horrible that, like, as soon as we break up, like, you just want to, end my career, you know? That's what I'm saying, kid. I'm honestly being so fucking for real right now. I'm the complete opposite to you, Ari. When I have a problem, I don't even fucking voice it to my partner or my family or anyone. But when you have a problem, not only do you voice it to your friends, your family, but you voice it to your viewers like this? Like...
Weren't you the first nigga that made that shit public? Weren't you the first nigga to be like, oh, you told me not to stream? And tell everybody? Huh. I'm gonna go on stream tomorrow and tell everybody. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm the exact opposite from you. When I have an issue, I don't tell anybody. Instead, I spread lies. Instead, I spread lies in a altered version of reality that I believe is true in my head, because therefore I don't feel as bad.
Like, I guess, like, yeah, like, if something I've done wrong, like, I understand why. But, like, bro, even, like, yesterday's situation, why we broke up, like, does everyone need to know about that?
Yes, because you cheated again.
I'm not panicking about a doc. Honestly, I think anything that comes out about me, I'm fine. I'm fine. Like, I'll do my best. Like, I'll try my best, you know? We just never should get to that point, though. Like, what the fuck is going on? This should be private.
Yeah,
like, am I going crazy?
Yeah, you are going crazy. You are crazy already, but you're panicking your ass off right now. This statement directly contradicts Lee's action the past 2 months. Lee repeatedly talked about our situation and wrongdoings to a large audience, often while omitting or minimizing key facts. He claims that this should be private. His claim that this should be private is contradictory to his history of live streaming his confession and further discussing it to his audience. He effectively used his platform to shape the narrative after realizing his reputation had soared more than he expected when he initially confessed against my wishes to show that he was taking accountability. So I think what happened was, what if his plan backfired? Because not only did he I think his whole thing was like, okay, I'll confess on stream and I'll just delete the VOD and delete all the clips. And then boom, we're done. Someone had to save it though. Someone's always saving shit. Someone's always gonna save shit, especially for something like that. Like, how do you not think like, oh, someone's just gonna clip and then immediately download? Like, downloading clips is so easy now. You don't even need like I remember back in the day, you needed a Twitch clip extractor. Or like a Twitch clip to MP4. Now it's like you right click it and it downloads. Like it's literally like his plan backfired catastrophically, and then other shit that he did in the past started to unravel, and then he just fucking crash and burn. Lee starts to paint himself as reasonable whilst implying I was impulsive and unfair, pretending to be diplomatic when a private call had already occurred before the live stream. During the 2 months we were together, he never initiated difficult conversations, repeatedly blocked me, and avoided confrontation until there was public pressure. He was cherry-picking which moments to comment on that benefited his narrative, knowing that his past actions contradict his statement. Um, 902.
Partner, you know, so, like, try to talk it out in private. Dude, I'm like, what am I even going, bro? I'm not directly quoting, but I believe she said she tried to talk it out in private. Dude, I'm trying to talk it out in private right now. Like, I'm saying, like, we should jump in the call and sort this out in private. But, like, she doesn't want to. She didn't even give me a chance to.
Yeah, Twitch lets you download the clip as soon as you make it. Yeah, dead ass. Like, it literally pop up. Like, you'll make the clip and it will pop up at the top right corner. And as soon as it's done, like, processing, you can immediately download it.
Reply back to her before she even blocked me. I didn't even get to give her an answer before she even ended the call. And she's the one saying that I try to sort things out in private? Brother, what do you mean, bro? It's long gone. Bro, she was dating me yesterday, cunt. We were dating yesterday. Like, is this not fucking crazy from, like...
Nah, bro, that's just long gone. It's just long gone. He's right. That chat is right. Shit was long gone, bro. Snooze again. He keeps mentioning how the breakup occurred just yesterday to portray the breakup as sudden and irrational to divert attention away from its cause. Though his unfaithfulness and inability to respect boundaries caused the breakup, he deliberately omitted this information. 1017. 1017.
I might be on, like... I don't even know. This is insane. This is insane. And I'm even after all this, I'm still willing to talk things out in private. If you fucked up, how you get mad about someone airing your shit? Dude, we were dating yesterday. We were dating.
Okay, that doesn't matter though. Like, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna use me as an example. If I do something like fucked up to Devi, right? And it hurts Devi. Devi's the clear victim, right? I have no control, right, over what Devi chooses to speak about. As long as Devi tells the truth, which Ari has done nothing but, and she doesn't wish any ill will towards me, which Ari has done nothing but, then honestly, there's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna have to take that shit. I'm gonna have to eat that. That's just how it is. You fucked up. She's gonna say, yo, he fucked up. He did this on the third. It was fucked up. I broke up with bro because he wanted to go do that e-dating shit with that one chick he's been with for 2 weeks. I don't like that, so I left. And then the niggas that are being like, oh, you blackmailed him. I did not. We had an arrangement, and then I didn't even want the 6K that he owed me after. I told him he didn't have to. If I did something really fucked up to Debbie where it hurt her that bad, she's allowed to speak on it. As long as she don't lie. You can speak on that shit as much as you want. And I'm just gonna have to eat that. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And vice versa. If Debbie does something fucked up to me, as long as I don't lie on her, then she's gonna have to eat that. Oh my god, this shit's ass though. Yeah, we already watched all this, right? Yeah, we did. Lee then opens up about how his inability to communicate was largely my fault. I agree that throughout the relationship, I was always aggressive during arguments, which discouraged him from speaking up. He communicated this, and eventually every time we argued, I would ask him to type his thoughts into a message, though he struggled to talk about his emotions. He was firm with his boundaries, and I made sure to respect them, i.e. cutting off friends at his request. He misrepresented our relationship dynamic and portrayed himself as powerless, completely disregarding the fact that I have reached out, apologized, taken accountability, and encouraged conversation countless times in this relationship. Debbie, yes, sir. Yeah, and that's the thing though. Like, even if I did do something, like if Debbie did something to me, at least I wouldn't air that shit on public. Like, I would deal with that shit privately in general. It's just that if in the situation that they're in, where the shit's already out, it's like, oh, gotta eat it. It's like, nigga, that's what you ordered. Eat that shit. No refunds. 11:37.
Suspected throughout the entire relationship due to your inability to communicate effectively. Yeah, and my inability to communicate effectively was largely on her because I felt horrible for voicing my opinion and being shut down every single time.
What the fuck did he just say?
On her because I have to communicate effectively. Yeah, and my inability to communicate effectively was largely on her because I.
The fuck is he smoking? Smoking dick? Like, what is he talking about?
Especially when she was the one feeling disrespected throughout the entire relationship due to your inability to communicate effectively. Yeah, and my inability to communicate effectively was largely on her because I felt horrible for voicing my opinion and being shut down every single time. I felt like I was not able to communicate unless I rolled over like a fucking dog. Like, I know those are facts. I don't disagree with anything you say, Jono, and I'm sorry that
I can't even, like, it's getting to the point where I'm like, is he trolling? Like, he's so dead ass. Like, that's actually what he believes. And it's like, that's clearly not the reality. Lee talks about something that he learned throughout his relationship with me, that everyone's experience should be valid, to which I agree to an extent. I can definitely account for the positive changes in our relationship that occurred when both of us adopted this mindset. We tried harder to understand and validate before dismissing and combating. This was something we struggled with in our early half of our relationship, as neither of us could understand differing perspectives. Yeah, bro, like, he has to be rage baiting. Also, okay, ad break. This should be the final ad break of the stream. This is gonna be the last ad break, all right? I tried snoozing it as much as I can. I ran out of snoozes. All right, I'll see y'all. I'll see y'all. Trust. Yeah, we back. All right. So, I learned from you. Okay, this is at 24:23. Gonna skip to 24:23.
a fucking horrid problem of lying. Like, no joke. Because honestly, if there's one thing I learned in this relationship with you, Ari, I learned this from you. That each and everyone's experiences should be fucking valid. If you make them feel that way, you should, like, the individual experience should be valid. No, don't say question mark, J1, because this is Ari's philosophy. This is not mine. This is something that I learned from her. You know?
Which, again, is valid to an extent. That philosophy is sound to a certain extent, of course.
Like, when she had a problem early in our relationship, it was hard for me to, like, I guess, like, see her side, and I tried to reason with her, you know?
Cause, like, okay, here's the thing. I feel like people can misinterpret this as, like, oh, like, nobody's wrong. Whereas, like, no, it's just, like, things may affect you, and you may see things differently than how someone else sees it, but that doesn't mean you're wrong, and that doesn't mean the other person is wrong. So therefore, talk about it, and then try to see it from the other side. Now, in some cases, some niggas are actually just fucking wrong. But in most cases, it's really just a difference of experience and perception. And I think that's really the core of what this means. That everyone's experience should be valid. Because it's just how you experience it. Here he applies, oh wait, yeah, I did. I listened to all of it. All right. Here he applies the philosophy to justify his false claims of blackmail. This mindset encourages emotional understanding and does not justify altering reality to avoid accountability. Exactly. I still want to believe that he didn't hurt those around him out of malice, but out of desperation to protect his livelihood. I understand that Lee feared losing his career and was overwhelmed by the consequences he didn't expect. Lee's emotional reactions throughout the controversy were undeniably valid. His actions were not. Exactly. His reaction of him freaking out, being scared, crying, this and the third, that's fine. That's his emotional reaction, his emotional experience. What he does as a reaction to this experience, his actions afterwards, is what we can judge and be like, nah, nigga, that shit's not cool. You know what I mean? 2458.
You're valid for being upset? Yeah, I think I'm also valid for thinking that that could have been blackmail. I think I'm incredibly valid for thinking that as well.
You only think it's blackmail now because she left your ass and then now she's airing out all the real shit. You know what I mean? That's the only reason you're phrasing it like that. Especially now. Now you're hard pressed on it. Yo, she blackmailed me. No, she fucking didn't. You know she didn't. We have screenshots saying that she didn't. Like, we see it now. It's like, what are you gonna do? Here I claimed... Oh, wait, I didn't... Oh, wait, yeah, I did. I did finish this. Here I claim that I have the audio recorded... Here I claim that I have the audio recording of the conversation that occurred that day and that this would disprove his claims of blackmail. Lee's double standards on recording without consent is incredibly telling. His shook and disappointed reveal that this was never about morals but rather control. Recording someone seems to be wrong only when he's the victim. And that's why whenever I say that when someone brings up, oh, they recorded without their consent, that's why I think it's a gray area. It just depends on why they're recording and what they're using it for. Is the record... Hold on, give me a second, someone's knocking. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the slight delay. Let's take it back a little bit. Lee's double standards on recording without consent is incredibly telling. His shook and disappointment reveal that this was never about morals but rather control. Recording someone seems to be wrong only when he's the victim. Okay, now I remember what I was saying. I'm saying that when you record a conversation, especially considering where you're at, because, you know, one-party consent law, I think, is majority of places where you could just record without the other person knowing. It's bad depending on what you use it for. If you're using it as like a precaution and a reactionary thing in case the other person does something, then I think it's generally fine, because if you're doing it, you're usually doing that for a good purpose. If you're using it as a weapon to blackmail, manipulate another person, though, that's where it's fucked up, and you could get in trouble. I'm pretty sure you can get in trouble for that. So, yeah. Recording someone seems... Yeah, okay, I read that. Recall that Lee recorded his phone call with Juno, but without his knowledge to weaponize his words. Yup. To slander someone else and then shifted the blame towards me when confronted. 2539.
Well then, is that not the raw definition of what blackmail is? You have the whole convo? Well then, you should show it, because that's like I didn't know that you were recording in the room during that time, which firstly, that's sort of insane if you were recording. I was not aware.
Lee then claims that if I were to ever show this evidence, it would somehow work in his favor. He claims that I threatened to put him in jail if he didn't pay me $20,000. This directly contradicts his own statement, where he admitted to his audience that we came to an agreement just 2 months ago. Here I claim that I had evidence in an attempt to scare him into telling the truth, but he doubled down despite knowing his recount was completely false. What? 2525. Oh wait, no, I would go to 2520. Unless, are these timestamps wrong? I'm gonna go to 2520.
Like, if you don't give me the money, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to sue you and go public with it. You know? Is that not the raw definition of what blackmail is? You have the whole convo? Well then, you should show it, because that's...
Okay. But 2556.
I give you that. I give you that. Yeah. Dude, honestly, I think the thing I'm most surprised about all of this is that, so it's not that fucked? Well, honestly, it works in my favor if you have that.
Does not.
Because you should play it. And you told me what it sounds like. You told me if... Sorry, like, you're gonna have to give me the $20,000, otherwise I might lose my mind and I'm gonna like put you in jail.
It's not what transpired at fucking all, dude. I wish not to share this recording until the situation escalated because it was somewhat intimate and embarrassing, as Lee never retracted the statement nor apologized for it. I now have to address the accusation. Here's the audio clip of our conversation about the compensation agreement that occurred just an hour after Lee filmed me without my consent. I believe it was well within my right to record Lee's voice at this moment, as he quite literally committed a crime against me in my own home. Alright, trigger warning. We're gonna turn down the music too. Oh, I'm gonna pause music.
If this never happened, then our relationship was fine, and you still had this feel or anxiety that...
This recording took place an hour after. Should I raise it a little bit? Can y'all hear?
But that's not right. You should talk to me about stuff like this. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to be comfortable now for you to succeed and stuff. Like, why didn't you just talk to me about it?
I'll rewind.
But I don't understand. If this never happened, then
This is the loudest it can go.
relationship was fine, and you still had this feel or anxiety that...
I was sitting to bed. That's all I needed to do. I don't want to support not only myself, but also you. Support us.
But that's not right. You should talk to me about stuff like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I want to earn. So
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to be comfortable now for you
yeah,
to succeed and stuff. Like, why didn't you just talk to me about it when it started bothering you?
because we already talked about it.
And you already...
And you said thank you a lot. I appreciate that a lot. I really do.
Maybe I can add gain.
Wasn't a problem, really.
Hold on. Maybe I can add gain. I don't want to fucking ear blast you though. Hold on.
It's just something that I said to just try and go.
How does that even sound?
It's not a problem with you, Alex.
They're crying right now. It's nothing crazy. This happened after Shadi just... Like, right now, she's crying, he's silent. There's nothing happening right now.
Take care of you.
I could just skim through this to get to the part where bro's claiming blackmail, but... Oh, there's a transcript. Look at that, look at that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There's a transcript. We're at 2:43. I think, okay, this is fine. So this is literally kind of nothing kind of happened. I don't understand if this never happened, then our relationship was fine, but you still have this fear and anxiety that I just need to do better. That's all I need to do, and more to support not only you but myself. But you need to be more careful and more comfortable now for you to succeed and stuff. Why didn't you just talk to me about it when it started bothering you? Because we already talked about it, and you already pause, and you say thank you a lot. I appreciate that a lot. I really do. Let's just try to forget. It's not a problem with you, at least. Ill. Gross. I want to take care of you. I've done so many bad things to you. I've done good things too. I know I want to. 2:27. Okay, so at 3:06, we're almost there.
I've done so many bad things to you. I've done good things too, I know. But I would have let it go.
We're almost. And just compensate me. She said it's just there. You were right to be naive. What the fuck?
What do you want?
I just want security. I don't want to have to be anxious about whether I'm moving back home or if I'm gonna be homeless or...
Yeah.
Just because I was
Jesus
naive
Christ.
in this relationship.
You were right to be naive.
Because I thought things were going good.
I think things were going good. So you were right to be naive. And I was naive as well. Naive enough to think that things were going so good that I could get away with something that obviously is just completely wrong.
Red flag! Red flag! Red flag! Oh, things are going well. I can do something bad and get away with it. Hello? Hello? Shawty, you gotta go. Naive enough to think that things are going so good that I could just get away with something that obviously is just completely wrong. Dude.
Security is what I wanted to offer you. Security is why I wanted to be there for you. Why I wanted to move in with you. You know, so I can make sure that you're okay. Make sure that you're comfortable. Make sure that you're happy. Because that's what I like to see.
That compensate for you.
I'll do it myself.
Mole, mole.
What's the next payout?
You're gonna earn 20K in your next payout.
Trying to be funny, 20K was Lee's budget when we plan to move. Okay.
Fuck.
Sorry, but I can't wait though. No, I can't. That was so deep content.
Then can we fix things?
Can you? Can you really look at this and can you really look at yourself in the mirror and think?
Can you?
Can you?
The fuck does she gotta do? What do you mean, can you? Bitch, no, nigga, can you? You're the one that did it wrong.
After what you did to me twice. After 2 years of being together, you're still not able to open up to me about things that worry you. Do you really think that you can? This is a relationship that you can fix? You ask yourself. If you have it, you do two men things alongside maintaining your career and trying to succeed and trying to earn more money. Do you really think you can do that?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You're not confident.
This is fucking heartbreaking, dude.
I'm confident that you won't make another stupid mistake. I can tell. I'm sorry, but I can't wait until next paycheck. It's too long.
It's a lot of dead air.
How much do you want?
Holy shit.
The entirety of what I would have paid.
Just have a period.
Okay.
Entirety.
We got to the part where they're now discussing the fucking like agreement. So this is what he's claiming to basically be blackmail.
Of why ends the rent period?
Yes.
That would have been around $18,000.
Great.
Yeah, this shit's ick, dude.
We're probably gonna run into each other at some point. So I don't want things to end badly.
It was a long pause, so I'm just gonna skip.
Yeah.
Holy moly. I feel like at this point I could probably just read it, no? Yeah, I'm gonna just read it. But this is here. For anyone that... Honestly, I can just do this. There. That's the dot. So if anyone wants, you know, want to listen to that whole thing, I'm definitely gonna listen to it later if I decide to do a video. But let's set the music back up and get to reading. All right, we got to the main point of where he's claiming that it's blackmail, which we can clearly see and hear that it was not. How much time do you need? Honestly, I need time to think. That's what I need. I'm sorry, but no, not days, but just now. Do you think we should just break up? Do you think everything should just end here? I don't know. I don't know either. If we're gonna continue being together, I can only imagine you would feel a lot of stress from this relationship. You're gonna live in fear. What if I do something wrong? What if I upset her? What if she never forgives me for this? Our relationship would just be walking on eggshells. Well, what would it be like for you? For me, every now and then I'd think about what happened until I build resentment towards you, because I know it's not something that I'll ever forget. I can try to forgive, but I know I'll build resentment for you. Oh shit, hold on. The music was probably hella loud because I have them on the same shit. Let me turn this gain off. Shit was blasting. Shit was blaring. I'm gonna reread the parts that I read just in case. How much time do you need? Honestly, I need time to think. That's what I need. I'm sorry, but no, not days, but just now. Do you think we should break up? Do you think everything should just end here? I don't know. I don't know either. If we're gonna continue being together, I can only imagine you would feel a lot of stress from this relationship. You're gonna live in fear. What if I do something wrong? What if I upset her? What if she never forgives me for this? Our relationship will just be walking on eggshells. What would it be like for you? For me, every now and then, I'll think about what happened until I build resentment towards you. Because I know it's not something that I'll ever forget. Can try to forgive, but I know I'll build resentment for you over time. That the relationship won't work out because we keep bringing the past up. Because I can't forget, because there's too much friction in the relationship. How much time do you need now? Can I just get up for a payment fast so I can just move on? Because I'm asking you how much time you need, but 1 month is... I can't do 1 month. I have to move out soon. I'm short on time. I know. Long silence. Okay then. I'm sorry things didn't work out. I spoke too soon when I was walking with you through the park and I said I used to pray for times like this. I was so stupid for saying that. At the park just before we returned to my apartment on the day he... At the park just before we returned to my apartment on the day he SA'd me, we talked about how much the relationship would change for the better. And bro does dumb oh my fucking god. Generational fumble. Dumbass. You weren't, and I'm stupid for doing what I did. It wasn't you who ruined this relationship, it was me. We had a good thing going for a bit. How about this? Can I give you like 12,000 and I can pay the rest later? I can give you 12,000 up front by next Friday, and the rest you have my word. And you can get your place. As to heal, you know what, as to heal, you know what I'll be doing. I'll be trying to heal as well. By heal, I mean think seriously as to how I fucked up something so inaudible. I'll pay you 12,000. Honestly, it'll be after December 15th. Is that okay with you? That will be December 15th, and the rest of the money will come. I'll have to take out money for it because I don't hold $10,000 in my fucking cash account, but I'll take it out. It's the last time I'm going into the red. Damn. That'll be it then. Before next Friday, 12,000. December 15th, 6,000, okay? I'll send you my bank info and DMs. Good luck, I guess. Will I ever see you again? You might. You will try to remember good things. I know you don't trust me that much anymore, obviously, but I only have good things to say about you. So, I'm guessing December... Okay, I guess this is like Twitch payout. Because it doesn't Twitch pay on like the 14th. I get my payment on like the 11th usually, though. Weirdly enough. This was an emotionally charged negotiation with absolutely no threat of punishment. I clearly stated what the money was for, and Lee understood exactly why I came to this request. I acknowledged that I repeatedly pressured Lee into making a hasty decision. in this conversation. However, even if Lee agreed with me in a state of panic and guilt, he had the opportunity to decline my request during the time we continued dating. Lee agreed to compensate me to provide security as I had requested, as a way to take care of me despite not being able to be my boyfriend due to his actions. This was his way of repairing the damage he caused. I still to this day believe I was wrong to ask for compensation, though Lee provided it willingly out of generosity. It truly was a shameful request. I felt immense guilt, although it wasn't from a place of greed or malice, but rather desperation. This is why I rejected the remaining $6,000 that he agreed to pay me in December. I feared losing stability and control over my own life after having my trust completely shattered by someone I held so dear. I will forever be thankful to him for this, despite the terrible things he has done. Back to Lee's stream on January 4th, 2026, around an hour and 4 minutes. Lee has an emotional outburst admits to being untruthful throughout our relationship, and it is undoubtedly true that I had a toxic habit of combating Lee during arguments throughout the relationship. I often responded to his unwillingness to communicate with anger that scared him away from further engaging with the conversation. He feared communication due to my reaction. However, lying was a deliberate choice. Our toxic relationship was our toxic relationship dynamic was not a valid excuse for deception. Okay, a minute 04. Or an hour 04. Be somewhere up here.
Yeah.
Mole.
On you for not communicating when it was needed? Do you also realize why it's so hard for me to communicate to you sometimes, Ari? Because whenever I open up about it, whenever I open up to you, I get fucking beat the fuck down, cunt. I get fucking verbally fucking berated. And you know this as well as an issue. I told you so many times during our relationship, it was so hard to open up and be truthful about anything. I couldn't even talk during half of my, like, hello? So hard to be truthful? No, bro. So hard to, yeah, actually, genuinely, yeah. So hard to be truthful. I can't say how I feel. It's impossible to say how I feel with Ari. Because guess what? If I say how I feel, it just leads to more and more fighting. My side is never understood.
You're lying, bro. And then also you fucked up a lot of times. Like, I feel like when it comes to them, like, you cheated, and then, like, obviously there's probably like many things that we don't know about. And apparently Ari here does say that she does get more when bro would kind of distance, she would get a little upset. That unwillingness to communicate with anger that scared him away from further engaging with the conversation. So she's not denying that, but when it's something like this, man, it's like, it's either end it and go separate ways, or you have to talk about it. Like, you can't just not talk about this. During these 2 months, Lee repeatedly mentioned how everything was his fault and that he blames no one else for the consequences he faces. In Kellen's live streams, he would always preface his thoughts by saying, "It's my fault." Lee undoubtedly understood cause and effect, and this was his way of expressing guilt to his audience. Lee was clearly distressed by the collapse of his online career, image, and relationships, and he very clearly felt remorse and emotional pain over his wrongdoings. I truly believe that this wasn't performative. From profusely apologizing on the day of my essay to repeatedly reassuring me that the consequences were his fault throughout the relationship, he fully understood what he did was wrong. I believe Lee crumbled under the pressure of being perceived as entirely different to the online persona that he built over the course of his career, and ultimately fell into an endless cycle of deception and denial. He literally just said he got his philosophy of everyone's view, everyone's experience is valid from her. But now she can't handle his true feelings, bruh. Yeah, it's interesting. Here, Lee apologizes for lying to his audience for the very first time. 147.23. Ooh. Oh, I didn't press play.
Is my fault. At the root of all these problems, at this massive fucking tree, the fucking seed that's planted is me fucking up.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Oh my god, telling the truth.
I fucked up so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Including this all being publicized? Of course. Of course. If I didn't do anything bad to be publicized, nothing will be publicized. Of course, man. Of course.
Yeah, this nigga crumbling.
I can't say I'm
crazy
sure you
right
would
now.
disagree on that when I've been saying for the longest time, I'm sorry for being a fucking horny cunt. I'm sorry for fucking lying to you guys. Like, fuck, dude. That's not being a horny cunt, no, sorry. That's being a fucking criminal. Like, I'm sorry.
157.53.
You failed to take proper accountability?
Yeah. He then issues a warning to his audience before ending his live stream. Let's see this shit. 157.53.
Yeah, just be careful what side you're on. Honestly, don't even pick a side, bro. Don't fucking trust anyone. Bye.
Damn. Okay. This document was still being written as of January 13, 2026, and Lee has not streamed nor issued a statement since. By this point, Lee's credibility collapsed due to his own contradictions. His versions of events was not only being challenged by me, but also by his own past statements. The frequent narrative shifts confused the people that remained by his side. He often pulled friends into private conflicts and went as far as to fabricate evidence to support his story. Once his peers noticed the countless inconsistencies in Lee's story, many chose to step away. Final notes. We're here. We're at the end. I believe that if I had the self-respect to walk away from this relationship after recognizing how dysfunctional it had become, I would not have experienced what is written here. I also believe that I'm not wrong for giving Lee second chances. I think people deserve chances to show that they're capable of taking accountability and making positive change. This is out of the hope that the people around me would do the same if I were to make a mistake. I realize now that at some point it wasn't about chances but denial. I was hopelessly attached to this relationship as it was my longest. I was blinded by love and continued to tolerate disrespect because I didn't have any respect for myself. Every chance I gave was in hopes of seeing change, and I was convinced he was able to do so because I was attached to the idea of us rather than being grounded in reality. I truly did not care about him during the time we were together. However, my compassion always came at the cost of something else. Protecting him involved sacrificing my truth, my reputation, and my right to speak about my experience. I had many emotional outbursts, often consulting my audience in light of new information rather than speaking to friends in private. I realized how immature my actions were and also caused the situation to snowball to what it is now. I wrote this document because the frequent shift in narrative started harming me in different ways. Lee being my boyfriend did not mean I had an obligation to accept being misrepresented and erased. This document wasn't written as an act of cruelty or punishment, but rather because I did not want to surrender my truth. Loving someone does not include tolerating false narratives and an inability to take accountability. I have learned a lot from the situation, and I truly hope Lee receives the help he needs to stop hurting himself and others. TLDR, Schrodinger Lee filmed me during intercourse without consent multiple times and got caught. He then publicized his wrongdoings despite being advised against it in an attempt to take accountability. He later realized the repercussions were much worse than what he expected and started to shift the narrative. He started fabricating stories about being in danger to divert attention away from his wrongdoings. The narrative changed every time he spoke, and when people started to spot his inconsistencies in a story, he received more criticism. In a last attempt to save himself, he accused me of blackmailing him. This is the new shit. It was just added. Update as of 14th of January. After publishing my document, multiple people have reached out about their experience with Schrodinger Lee. This one shocked me the most. Lee did in fact cheat on me both physically and emotionally at TwitchCon 2024. To clarify, this is not Mira. A different girl reached out to me to let me know that physical cheating did occur. Oh my god, bro, it doesn't stop. He called me and told me that you were really insecure and had a lot of anxiety and would go through his computer and phone through Discord, and he made me delete all of his and my DMs. I think he did this because some of our DMs were talking about when we hung out one-on-one at TwitchCon 2024, and he was physical with me. He told me you guys are not dating. He would never date anyone who made content with, who you made content with. You told me you're just content. What I can sadly say for sure is he cheated on you physically. Fuck. Update as of 27th of January. The girl Schrodinger Lee was doing e-dating content with was completely unaware that Lee was in a relationship with me. Lee lied to the girl to appear single, and when this document was released, she received criticism for being a homewrecker. It turns out that Lee and this girl were in an online relationship for a few days and broke up on the 22nd of January 2026 upon finding this document. She was completely clueless that Lee was in a relationship with me, and at the time, she streamed on the 27th of January 2026 to issue an apology in tears upon finding out the truth. I don't want to lie. That's why they say it clearly. I was definitely dating Lee, but didn't know he had a girlfriend. Yes, he was having an affair with me. It was only the other day that we broke up, so I don't think I'll ever get involved with him again. He deceived me and said a lot of brainwashing words. I think I really did something. Sorry. I think I really did something. Sorry to his ex-girlfriend. I was going to say nothing if I were to break up normally. But after I broke up with him, his friends ignored me and I was unfollowed. I didn't do anything. But I know what I'm doing is mentally childish. I'm sorry. But as a creator, I respected him. I pray that he will grow up. The reason I wanted to tell you this is because I didn't want to lie to everyone and cannot forgive him as a person. And I cannot forgive him as a person. What does it say? The Tokyo, my name is just Rochelle. What the fuck? Chat. After... I need to get back on my Japanese, man. I really need to hop back on it. These two characters look familiar. And this one. Hell, even this one. Everything else I kind of can't pick up on. After much thinking about whether to say it or not, I decided to say it only on this Discord. I don't want to lie from the bottom of my heart. I want to take good care of everyone. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. That's why I've been resting lately. Damn. Was the new girl also Japanese? Voice crack. My voice is starting to crack because my throat hurts. I've been talking for a long time. Holy moly. Well. So. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Hydrate. I ran out of things to drink. I'm gonna get that shit after stream. So. We ended up streaming for 5 hours. I'll do the reaction. And then Hollow Knight another day. I do want to react to Michael Reeves' new video. I want to watch this shit so bad. But overall, what I've gathered, Schrodinger Lee did something atrocious. He knows that it was atrocious. And then I don't think he quite understood the consequences that would actually come if he took responsibility. So Michael Reeves posted, that's what I'm saying. This is not what, let's talk about the weirdo for a second. Schrodinger Lee did something bad. He knew it was bad. He tried to take accountability for it, whether it was for actually taking accountability or, brownie points. He then said what he did out loud, despite being told, no, don't do that shit. He did it anyway. Nigga started hopping on his dick. Then he started to twist the story. He started to twist the story because he's like, oh shit, people are on my dick. All the way to the point that he lied on his girlfriend. And then on top of that, this is even before all that. Before all this even happened, he lied to his girlfriend, cheated on her at TwitchCon with two niggas, Mira and the other chick. Mira wasn't, I'm not saying that Mira was helping him in that. Like, Mira didn't want nothing to do with him, but he was clearly chasing Mira. And then also was physically cheated on her with another chick. That we don't know the name of. And then lied to both of them. He lied to both of those girls about Ari. Yeah, bro. I don't think, yeah, bro. He's gonna have to work at the McDonald's or something. Put the fries in the bag, bro. This is chops. This is like you're cooked. But yeah, we only got 15 minutes left. I am going to fine. What do y'all think about me doing this? Was this fun? Was this enjoyable to watch? Was this boring as shit? This might have been boring as shit. I thought it might be cool to just be like, oh, I'll look over the doc on stream. But then again, it could have been boring as fuck. I don't know.